6:30 right now, so we're going to start. He can catch up here. We're meeting in accordance with the governor's policies and procedures for Open Meetings Act. This is the City Council meeting Monday, August 17th, for the record here. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, that'd be outstanding. Usually have young people. I see no young people that lead this, so us old people will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Welcome. I see some newbies in here. If you haven't, the agenda is right into the right, right when you come into the door. I would ask Michaela if you could do the roll call, please.
Janetti. Here. Krenz.
Here.
Morosky Brown. Here. Carter.
Here.
Turnbull.
Great. We had a full quorum tonight. Thank you for joining us. Duly noted. Let's go to number 4, approval of the agenda. You have the agenda in front of you. Is there any changes, addition, or deletions from the agenda here tonight from anybody?
No, there was one item I'd like council to consider pulling off the consent agenda, but I don't think we can't handle it. We've got to approve the agenda at hand and then get to, so.
Okay. And we'll talk about probably the roundabout. We'll make sure people talk about that all at one session. Great. Okay. So I'm looking for approval of the agenda. Okay. Do we have support for that?
Support.
So we have a motion for the agenda with support. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye. 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 All opposed, say nay. Great. We have an agenda. So now at this point, this is public comment. Anything that's not on the agenda, and on the agenda tonight is something for JAG, for signature events, just using us as a go-between. If you're here for that, wait a minute. I will open it up for that. 2 is for Toll Brothers on an amendment change that went to Planning Commission and unanimously got approved. That is second. If you're here for that, wait until I call that up. And then kind of the next 3 are ordinances, and I believe Justin is here someplace, as I see him in the back. So ordinance and first readings. And then the last thing, F, will be board and commission selection committees. If you're here for that, I will call it up at the end after we talk about different things, and it's at the podium if you have any discussion that 2 minutes a piece. So we will go from there. So with that, and also we have, how many? We had 9 different public comments. So everybody in council has their public comment, whether you saw it online or you got it in writing here. So everybody has that in front of them here tonight too. And that is all online. If you want to see the public comment that people, they couldn't come here tonight or they want to go in more detail, you have 2 minutes here. You can go as long as you want on public comment. So it's good. It's great detail. So with that, I'm opening it up, number 5, for public comment. Anything that's not on the agenda. Is there anybody in the audience, anything that's not on the agenda? This is the time. And this is one we almost pulled off the agenda.
Oh, we haven't got there yet.
Yep, for the consent.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Nancy Darga, 516 North Center Street. I am the co-chair of the Northville Mobility Network Study Group.
Great.
John Roby, 511 West Dunlap, and supplier of maps and other things.
Welcome, John. Best maps. Welcome, Nancy.
We are here because, as you know, we did a extensive year-long study of the impact of the downs on the mobility through the town. And collectively, we came up with a strategy of how to improve traffic through and diversify through the city. We are happy that we had the proposal for the roundabout that is now installed, the first one in Wayne County. But what we're really happy about is the fact that we are looking at designing the next roundabout that'll allow an alternate entrance into the downs, which will redirect traffic so we don't clog up Center Street as much as that additional traffic would. We are not here to talk about the contract. that is on the agenda for the roundabout. What we're here to caution you about is that the Mobility Network Study Group has some very poignant concerns about the alignment of the connection over the Johnson Creek to that roundabout. And it's imperative that, and we thank the fact that the city is willing to meet with us on that, but we want to let you know that the success of that entrance and exit into the Downs project will
Keep
really
going.
require the alignment of the walk. Thank you.
Good, because you got the twofer. Do you have anything else, John? Great. Okay, thank you. And on this, a lot of action on that first roundabout. The second roundabout is funded, the building of it. We have some engineering that is on 7 Mile and Hines Drive. We're in the midst of a grant at SEMCOG in into September, and Rosemary Bear was here last week. She's in charge of water management, and Colazar are looking for the state budget for next year. So that we're trying to do the connections and be a great opportunity working with Wayne County to go right to the pathway from that second one. So thank you for all your work. I know, John, you've been involved, and I believe you had a meeting the other day on that too. Great. Anything else that's not on the agenda? This would be the time. There's a sign up, but you just come right up, full name and address.
Nancy Carey, 661 West Main. I'm a little nervous to present this, but I think it's worth having the discussion. I want to share my observations about the last two council meetings. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Morosky Brown for bringing forward the concerns that she had about appointments to the boards and commissions. It appears she tried to address her concerns with the city attorney and city administration, and from my viewpoint, she was dismissed. The city attorney knew there was a nepotism clause, but chose to ignore it because there was, in his words, no contract or financial impact. And that's where I disagree. There is no such qualifier in the ordinance, and planning is a strategic commission for the city. And the decisions that they make and the guidance that they give to you definitely affect the financial impact of every homeowner and building owner in this town. And sometimes those impacts can be significant. So the mayor assumed there was proper vetting and may have assumed there's proper vetting, but it was unclear who was responsible, and Councilman Carter agreed it was a mess. Given this, you resisted an independent review. I don't even want to call it an investigation, but a review, like an after action review. And I'm sure many of you who are in the business world know what that is. And so by not doing that, do you really know what the problem was, where the failures occurred? But instead you've brought forth this policy. And in my opinion, I'll say it, I know it's on the agenda. I think it has some flaws. I think a review would be well worth it. But what was more disturbing to me was the takedown or the attempted takedown of Councilman Morosky Brown by you, Councilman Kratz. No, I'm giving you my perception of what happened in that meeting. You admitted that you went through the tape bit by bit. You zeroed in on every word. And to me, it was an attempt to intimidate her and to discredit her. And to her credit, she responded calmly and factually. But what was most disheartening to me is not anyone on this board took the opportunity to lower the temperature of what was happening in this room. And to say something like, just chill, is dismissive. It's hard to come up here. People care about this town. They come in to talk, and I think they should be treated with respect, because quite frankly, when you go to planning, you're reminded every time, if you don't speak considerably or nicely to everybody else, you're asked to leave the room. So I think the residents deserve the same. And quite frankly, I think it would be in your best interest to reconsider your decision and have a review, because I think there is tension among council. And it is my opinion that that probably follows back into City Hall. And by having somebody come in, you might find that there's some other things that need to happen, because not as all is well in Northville right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Full name and address when you come up.
Our city
Good evening.
council. My name is Brent Tadani. I live at 406 South Center in the new Downs collection. I want to talk about the inviting sign that comes into town when you come in off of Sheldon Road. And with that being said, I'm one I'm not wondering what the vision is for South Center Street. Is it going to be a residential street or is it going to be a boulevard? 2 years ago, there was approximately 7 residential units on Center Street with the track there. Fast forward to today, and there's going to be 36. With that, there's elderly folks and children who do live in that area. The fact of it is, it's a 3/10 mile stretch of street with only 2 speed limit signs on it. The chaos that happens at the corner of Fairbrook and South Center right now has increased dramatically over the past couple months. It's turned into almost like a drag strip runway, not a village street. It says the careless driving that has gone on, and I'll give you some examples of careless driving: excess speed in relationship to the surroundings, illegal U-turns. I've witnessed tailgating. I've witnessed speeds in the construction zone at Fairbrook where people aren't even slowing down for the barricades there. They're just flying through, and people with distracted driving holding their phones. Now, personal observation from sitting on my front porch, the speeds are elevated coming out of town, not going into town. I have noticed increased pedestrian crossings at Fairbrook as well as vehicle crossings and bicycles going up and down Center Street to get to the Hines Park Trail. In closing, if we want to make this an inviting entrance in the town, we need to do some work, because right now it feels more like Woodward than a residential neighborhood street.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief. Any other comments that's not on the agenda tonight? Any comments not on the agenda? Okay, I'm closing it off. Oh, come right up. Then get ready online.
Everything 37. Now, if we're talking about the roundabout now, just I want to put my 2 cents into.
Sure.
Have you been, you people have anybody watching that? How many accidents have they had there so far? I'd like that answer from the police chief, because you take your life in your hand. The people going south on Center Street, they pull out into that roundabout and there's like 4 or 5 in a row. They don't even wait their turn. It's insanity. And before we build another stupid roundabout, I think we ought to figure out how this one's working before we do spend any more money on another one. Because this is crazy. Somebody's going to get killed. I've seen people almost get run over trying to walk across the street. People are nuts. They're absolutely nuts. And as far as this gentleman that just moved in on Center Street, that is a main road into our town. That's not going to change. Sorry, you didn't realize that, but it's not a residential street. It's a main thoroughfare. What are we going to do? Just close the whole town down now? This is getting out of control. But something's got to be done with that roundabout. I don't care if you got to put the cops out there every day, but nobody's using it the way it's supposed to be used.
Thanks, son. Anybody else in council chambers before I go to those online? Going once, twice. I'm closing off comments that are not on the agenda on subjects. Anybody online with their hand up on the
instructions?
Okay, please do.
For those calling in for public comment, the instructions are at the top of your agenda. Press *9 to raise your hand. Press *6 to unmute yourself. We will call on you using the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please state your name and address for the record. You will have 2 minutes for your comments.
Great.
We'll see if anybody
And
raises their hand.
And which one am I looking at? Either one. Okay, I got you. Okay. There's a lot online. We just see if their hands are raised. Okay. Is there anybody that you see?
No, I don't.
Okay, on this, we'll do it again when we go to each and every subject, going once, going twice. Okay, I'm closing off public comment, things that are not on the agenda. Okay, so now we'll go to number 6. If you're following out there on the agenda, that's consideration of approving the following consent agenda. A lot of things, paying bills and other opening and closing in different neighborhoods and what have you. So is there anything I'm looking for a
So-
motion, but anything else?
So this is related to consent agenda
Okay.
6I. Well, it's, yeah, it is, yeah. So I'm supportive of passing this. So that's not it, but I would like a discussion and consideration of the topic that Nancy, well, and John Roby is standing here as well. But, so I don't know if it's best to have that discussion here now or to put it on our agenda for the next meeting to have the mobility network, and we saw the beautiful diagrams in there, to just do it then. But I wouldn't, if we don't agree to do that, I would like to pull it off the consent
I'm good
agenda.
with either, but are they ready for tonight?
Yeah.
So from that, I know they've had meetings with you and engineering. I would say the next meeting, but that's up to you. You just had a pre-meeting with them as we look at.
I'd agree. Ideally, then you could have a joint session where city staff gives their.
That'd be right.
review,
Oh, yeah.
Mobility team
If
gives
that
theirs,
works
we can
for-
kind of get a clear
Yeah,
understanding.
okay. I
So-
got 2 thumbs up from the people.
So you can see where I was heading. I support it, but I
Great.
want that additional discussion.
Great.
So I am fine leaving it on this on the consent agenda
Great.
and moving.
Good. There'll be more discussion between now and the next meeting, and maybe we'll have another $1 or 2 to assist on that. Good.
So I move to
Great.
approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Great. So we have the consent, we have support. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Good. We have a consent agenda. So now we will go to number 7, Cheryl, and introduce your guest again too. I'm not very good with names. You guys interested? We're going to talk about gerontology, I believe. Is that correct, from Wayne State?
Yes, we are from, is it on? It's working?
It is.
We are from Wayne State University, the Institute of Gerontology. You have some lovely pamphlets in front of you.
We do.
We've worked there for more than 20 years. My name is Cheryl Deep. This is Donna McDonald. Do I have to give my address? Because I'm actually in the township, not.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
I might get
Anybody
kicked
can
out
speak.
if I gave you my township.
Let it go.
I do communications at the Institute of Gerontology, and we are here to just sort of float an idea that could put Northville at the forefront of being a dementia-friendly city. We've given this a lot of thought, and we're trying to find simple, low-cost ways that you could do this. We're thinking about next year, so no decisions need to be made tonight. We have done our homework. We talked to the people at Parks and Rec about the older adults that they are serving. We talked to, I emailed Brittany Padilla, who is the police co-response person for people who have Alzheimer's and dementia. Nobody is opposed to this idea. It's kind of and they're very supportive. So a dementia-friendly sort of day, and Donna will give you details of what that could look like. But we found only one other city in the whole United States that has done this. So we think in terms of Northville's reputation and good positive publicity, it could be wonderful. And there are good reasons we chose Northville. One, the areas that the people with dementia, and we're talking about people with mild Alzheimer's, not later stages, but they would come with their caregivers. So they would be safe, they would be protected. You have a concentrated area of shops and restaurants and activities right in the middle of downtown. The streets, and again, I'm a little afraid to say this, could be closed for a few hours, like on a weekday in the summer when it's not that busy anyway. So it's very safe for them to cross the street and go to all of the areas. It is let's see. Yes, because we have a friend who tried to do this in Saline and it's too spread out. So you need to keep the people in a smaller area. We're trying to simplify things for people with dementia to make it easier for them to navigate. And then we looked up some stats. So how many people could possibly benefit from this? In Northville City and Township, so combined, 8,400 people are 65 or older. So that's 1/5 of the entire population. So that's a lot of older adults. And if they themselves are not dealing with Alzheimer's or dementia, they very likely are caring for someone who is. And that has grown 13% in the last 2 years. So it's a lot of people. And you also have an enormous number of senior living communities here. You have 10 in Northville City and Northville Township, and they have all 3 levels of care, including memory care. So those facilities could shuttle the people in. Donna has good relationships with all the senior living communities to bring people downtown. So that's why we chose it. We've lived here for a long time. We love Northville. We know that it has a respect and reverence for the past. And so to help these people who've kind of lost their memory of the past get oriented and acclimated, we think it would be a wonderful thing for the town. So Dawn will give you a little idea of what that day would look like.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. So we had this idea for the last 2 years, so we're pretty excited about. We've done tons of research. We're looking at a title called Dementia Friendly Northville, where everyone belongs. And the reason we say that is because it's going to help reduce isolation, it supports caregivers, and it's economic and social vitality for the city. One of the best things about Northville is how condensed everything is in the downtown area. It's a beautiful setting to be able to do something like this. So what we are looking at is we're going to either do it from 10 to 2 or 11 to 3. We'll better know our hours after we do our caregiver focus group with some of the folks here in Northville and decide what works better with the people they are caring for. What it would be is we'd love to use the Northville Town Square where we would do a community art project, which would be hung probably in the art house after it's finished. We will have resource tables from around the city. We'll have DAAA, we'll have Area Agency on Aging. We will have a lot of home care agencies and supports for those living with dementia and the caregivers. We're hoping to have our faculty and students on site so that they can answer questions for the caregivers and people living with dementia. We would love to have music, which we already are doing Tuesday music down there. I think it's more geared toward the little children at this point, but let's turn it 1 week into for older adults, and it can be for children as well. So we're looking at doing that. We also want to engage some of the restaurants. I was going to call upon Janetti's at some point to make a dementia-friendly menu. So with dementia, you don't want a ton of choices. That's why Janetti's with their set menu. They're coming and they
Take it or leave it.
the family style. So I was going to talk to Laura. She's done many good things for me for football throughout the years. So we're not talking a long time. We're talking about a 4-hour stint period where we'd love to have the streets closed so that we can have vendor tables out there and really serve the community.
One day a month.
Okay.
So just, we're thinking June, early June before school gets out. And then we'd like to do a follow-up one day at the Marquee Theater where they do a senior showing for a dementia-friendly movie. It's not entailing closing the streets or whatnot, but I'm going to work with the Marquee to see if we could get that on board. And then in August, I would love to do a mill race tour where we get on board some people that can help navigate mill race and they can do a talk about history. So we've kind of thought this out in a pattern not to tax the city of Northville. We're going to take on all the load of it. Financing, I'm hoping I can get through my vendors. That's what I do with the programs I do. Through the Institute, I do 270 programs a year. So I'm really used to doing events. I'm a certified dementia practitioner as well, so I know dementia inside and out.
Take responsibility for the training of any employees, so that would be better to deal with the people. And our goal tonight is just to see if you have any questions, give us some idea of what our next steps should be, or tell us, heck no, we don't care about dementia people. Yeah.
Yes. Is that it?
That's it.
So no, when you're speaking from there, always speak up there so they can hear you at home. But yeah, I would say, this is just my opinion, working with staff and working on timing and with the DDA and when things are going on in downtown for that small little window. But work with George and he'll put you in touch with the staff. I know it's kind of not Q&A here, but it is. So we will get that going for you, saying
And
about
Mayor-
that on the presentation. Absolutely.
And I know this is sort of responding is what intrigued me about this, not only the program itself, and it's wonderful that you take the lead, once you get approvals, but that Parks and Rec is involved. Probably the Senior Advisory Commission can be involved. Obviously, the DDA for the component that's downtown, the Northville Historic Society for that component at Millrace Village. So this not only does it sound like a wonderful program for those that need that kind of outlet, right? Of what can become a forgotten part of our community. But also just that partnership between so many that serve, older folks. So I'm very supportive of it, but I think it's the intriguing part. It's not just the city, right? But of course, if you're doing it in the city, particularly for your June vision for the downtown, that would be George Lahanas and the DDA director.
Absolutely. And Donna, Cheryl, you have the management or the leadership of Parks and Rec on the back table there. So work with them now and in the future. We will put you in touch with them too. So we will go from there. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Yes.
You may have missed somebody in all the comment and brought to my attention.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes there's a few second delay. That's why I wait. Okay, so let's do that on public comment.
So,
Yeah.
Phone number ending in 5076, press star 6 to unmute yourself. If you would like to make public comment, press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Good. Can you hear us?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry about that. I know there's a little delay. That's why I try to take my time when I go 1, 2, 3. Go right ahead. Anything that's not on the agenda. Sorry to have missed you. Thank you, Andrew, whoever brought that to attention.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you. And the gentleman running the system, I appreciate you as well, and Mayor and Council. This is Michelle Anyo, city resident, 402 Yerkes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking online this evening. I would love to be there in person. Unfortunately, I've come down with bronchitis. You don't want me there. But I've come to ask where I might find the documents that establish maintenance responsibilities for the river park. Specifically, which department and or entity is responsible for what aspects of upkeep. This request is prompted by several concerns that, I've observed while enjoying walks through the park. First of all, irrigation leaks. The underground irrigation system is still leaking. It was when we took on the park in June, and it remains. It causes water to pool on and alongside the pedestrian pathway. In several locations, there is standing water that's become stagnant. It's producing a visible biofilm layer and a noticeable odor. I can provide photos for this if needed. Pesticide application in River Park. Last week, pesticides were applied to the park. It's specifically in the grassy area between the pedestrian pathway and River Street. I have photos for that as well if you'd like to. Invasive species. There is purple loosestrife, a species that's classified as an invasive species in Michigan, growing in the park in multiple locations. All of my photos were taken this past Saturday between 3 and 3:30. These issues also raise a broader question I have about the planning. Both the 2024 and 2025 annual Parks and Rec reports list the development of maintenance plans for the new city and township amenities, including, and this is quotes, Central Park, River Park, Legacy Park, and the Farmers Market. And these are future goals that they are listed. River Park officially opened in June of 2026. We're now past the midpoint of 2026. And to the best of my knowledge, a maintenance plan for River Park has not been drafted, yet alone completed. The other thing is the website is out of date, and so is the park map for our communities. River Park isn't listed in anywhere on the website or on the map.
We will keep.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a couple minutes, but go right ahead. Finish that up.
The other question regarding the River Park is we've had a really dry summer, and yet the discharge coming out of the storm sewer on the west side south of the Beale Street Bridge has continued at a constant rate. It is constantly flowing so much that it is going beyond the initial channel that it was engineered to hold. I thought that dewatering was only intermittent. If this is a continuing thing that must happen in order to keep the groundwater, aquifer, artesian well, whatever you want to call it, under the apartments dry, then my question is, what type of report, testing, other than VOC or water chemistry quality, what type of engineering study was done to determine how much water could be pumped for how long a period of time? Because it's my understanding in reviewing the SEM letter, there's enough water being pumped out that would support a municipal system, water system. Happy to go into more detail, but
Thank you. No,
I think we deserve some answers.
for
Thank
everybody,
you.
get back with her. That has been brought up, and the maintenance and the schedule when we actually take over that. But yeah, we'll look at that. I think many of those questions, I think you have answers to. I'm looking for Mike Dominy. He was here at one time. Did he? Okay, he went out. We'll get those answers, and that will go online too for everybody. Very good questions. Thank you very much. And this is not a Q&A, but we'll get those to you. And I was giving Mike that great opportunity, but he snuck out. Good. Great. Thank you. Is there anybody else online that was okay? Thank you. Great. So I'm closing off. We've already closed off public comment there. We went through the presentation. We'll shift gears now. If you have your agenda, new business. 8A, if we could come up on the consideration of approving a contract for JAG for the activities for the bicentennial. I think, Wendy, you are the lead on this, and I believe we have some other people in here, the bicentennial chair and others. Go right ahead. Thank you, Wendy.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you, Council. I'm here today to talk with you a little bit about awarding an event production services contract to JAG. What is their full name? JAG.
James something.
Entertainment, JAG Entertainment, I believe.
JAG Entertainment.
So sorry about that. To JAG Entertainment to assist with event planning, activities and services associated with the bicentennial event. The bicentennial task force was formed in 2025 to plan activities for the bicentennial, and they've been working for months now at developing ideas and concepts and visions. They have developed a vision for a signature weekend event series to celebrate Northville's heritage. This would involve 4 weekend events, one in June, July, August, and September in 2027. Each weekend would celebrate a different aspect of Northville's history, and it would have planning over the programs over the course of 3 days. We'd look at Friday night activities with movies in the park and some additional activities, all day Saturday programming, and then Sunday programming focused in the historical village. We are looking at these events being involving live entertainment, food vendors, community organizations, family themed programming and family activities. So we have within our capacity with existing staff to provide for the Friday events, as well as Millrace Village is prepared to provide for the Sunday events. However, given the scope of the programming for the Saturday events, we just don't have the capacity and staff to conduct that in the best way possible that would ensure a successful day of community celebrations and programming. So what we have done is we've requested a proposal from JAG Engineering or JAG Entertainment to provide comprehensive event implementation and management services for the Saturday aspect of this signature weekend series. The reason we are requesting that JAG be considered for this contract is, first of all, they're very familiar with the city and the city's events and programs and what's involved in managing that and producing successful events in the city. They understand the level of work required within the city and are a longstanding vendor. The other thing that's really important with this is the coordination between the downtown events and the events that we're looking at doing in Ford Field Park. We want those to complement each other and not compete with each other. And so we believe that JAG Entertainment is positioned to do that since they hold the contract with DDA for their services as well. So part of this approval this evening is we're asking you to waive the bid requirements and allow us to go with this single vendor. You do have a proposal that was attached to your packet. You would notice that the proposal is structured. There are 3 different tiers proposed in the proposal. That's because the Bicentennial Committee has been actively raising funds. They have received commitments from a broad range of sponsors, and they are very confident that we will secure adequate funding for this signature event series. The challenge is we need to be booking participants now. So we're kind of in a little bit of a lag time where our fundraising hasn't caught up with the fact that we need to be spending money. So what we're requesting tonight is that City Council approve a contract with JAG Engineering for what we are talking about Tier 1 or Level 1 programming. And that's the basic level so that they can begin signing contracts with vendors. That's a $50,000 contract. And then as funds come in and as more resources are available, we're requesting that you give the city manager approval to increase that contract to that maximum of 157, provided the funds and the donations are received to meet that level. What that will do is that Level 1 programming will provide Saturday night concerts in the park with bigger performers, the stage that covers all of the expenses associated with that. Level 2 would expand that programming to include programming during the day on Saturdays. And then Level 3 would kick in some signature events, things like a drone show or, some bigger activities. So it's a tiered approach that's structured to allow us to expand programming as the funds become available. The budget impact, currently, there's no city funds allocated for this. We are requesting a budget amendment for that $50,000 to get to that Level 1. Again, the assumption is that the fundraising funds are going to catch up with that and that money will then be returned back to the city. I don't have a timeline currently with when we expect those funds to come in. We have been working closely with our finance department as well as the Bicentennial Task Force, who is keeping track of all of those funds, and will continue to do so to ensure that programming matches the funding level that is received.
Right.
So do you have any questions?
Maybe I see, where's Rick Sharp? You're here probably for public comment. If there's anything to add, saying reassure us that all that money is coming and all those things. We're just your conduit is what I hear you're saying, but between, the contracts. If you just talking to the mic so they can hear it, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I saw you back.
Well, that's okay. So Wendy and I have been working close together on the process for how we're going to collect and account for the funds. We started in 2024. I wish it was only a year ago. The mayor tracked me down. But anyway, we have sponsors now signed up for the 4 big weekends. We actually have 6 for 4, but I'm trying to use a couple of them for other things. But right now we have the drone show is pending, lumberjack shows sponsored, the Bounce Village sponsor, Schoolcraft College, Trolley and Tours sponsor, all the stuff. So we have a budget about $240,000 for the primary activities on those Saturdays, which are going to be fantastic. There's a lot of marketing activities and communication stuff that's going to go on the area. Number one, we're not going to spend one dime we don't have. We are starting the invoice process now that we worked out over the last 2 weeks to figure out how we're going to invoice these people so they know what they're getting in return. I have 4 more meetings this week with sponsors, even to the point where now we're talking about co-branding, but we have big name companies in here. I have no doubt I've done this over the years in business and stuff like that. We're well ahead of the game. People want to be involved. I don't think we're going to be able to accommodate everybody that wants to be a sponsor for stuff on the Bicentennial right now. They recognize the value. We got Orsa, Huron Valley, all these guys in here and stuff like that. So I'm very excited. The support's been very, very strong. I just wanted to make sure that we had the conversations with each of the key sponsors. Someone wanted all the weekends. We wanted to have a conversation with the key sponsors so that we allow everybody to be involved. We wanted to make sure there was local business benefit to this as much as we could. So we didn't do this just big national firms or something like that, but people that have vested interest in Northville and could co-brand and benefit from each other. So I have no doubt that we're going to raise all the money. We're starting invoicing this week. I've got 2 people, consumers gave us their link for you to invoice them right away for 35,000, stuff like that stuff. So we're going to stay ahead of the bills. And I appreciate the city helping us do it this way, because otherwise we would have to be contracting every single person that we're doing this with, rather than having a program manager that does this for a living.
Great.
Any other?
Thank you. You make us feel better. You sent something over. I think it said DT Consumers, General RV, Norfolk Lumbers. I just kind of remembered some of those. Okay, great. We just want to feel good. We're just your conduit. You know, we're not spending any of our money, but I hear what you're saying. Okay.
So yeah, the thing I would want to highlight on that is, first off, thank you to Rick and everyone on the Bicentennial Committee.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The fact that we have such engaged residents that are going out, that are getting money to plan events and activities that are going to draw people into our town, that'll support our businesses. I also think while the delay is not ideal, it is a better process to have that invoicing flowing through the city, so that we are then invoicing the companies, the money's coming back, and then we're getting an invoice from the Bicentennial and they're paying the vendors. So it's a control, that's a good control to have in place. Appreciate all the sponsors. It also is a great partnership between Parks and Rec, the DDA, Millrace Village. I know I'm missing others that have been involved. DPW has played a role in that. To see everyone coming together and planning this out, I think it's going to be, and not just the 4 weekends in June, July, August, and September of next year, but there's going to be historical tours in town. There's the historical markers that are going to be happening. This is really an opportunity for us to come together as a community, and it's a really good thing. So I appreciate all the effort that's gone into it. Just so everyone is aware, we have secured between Northville 200 and the sponsorship, we have commitments for 100% of the funds that are being discussed tonight and more. And so that is absolutely, as long as everybody pays their bills. And even honestly, the 50,000 we've already got Northville 200. So we're covered. As Rick said, the commitment that the Bicentennial Task Force has made is that they will not commit to a single dollar above what we can raise, so that it is fully funded by the task force, by our community, and is not leveraging taxpayer dollars.
John is the vice chair of that committee. He's very knowledgeable on it. So done an outstanding job, you and Mr. Sharp, and working with Parks and Rec and with the Millrace Village and with DDA. I think it's going to be a win-win, but thank you very much for your work on that too. Be careful what you wish for. You got it. Good. Thank you. So any other questions? Sorry, I just brought you up, Rick, to make sure instead of coming in public comment, you answered some of the questions that were on our mind.
Go on. No, Lord, go.
Just to be clear, they're asking for $50,000, but it will be paid back.
Yes, yes. Yep. No money.
Dollar
from the
for
city.
dollar.
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
So, and that follows from mine. So, follows to my question. So when I look at the recommendation, I look at the levels, but I'm very sympathetic that particularly for entertainment, you need to book early. I mean, we run into this with, if there's ever any delays with DDA, trying to get, JAG Entertainment contract for DDA. I'm uncomfortable going up to the level 3 because there's not a level of detail on what that might be spent on. Certainly what we know about just that, if you want bigger bands and that sort of stuff, certainly a level 1 gets you a commitment that allows you to book those bands, the music. But it's just level 2, level 3, I don't see it. So that's just where I'm standing on this. But the other is that, and the thing of it is these partnerships are very healthy to allow, in this case, it's not a nonprofit, it's a city task force of volunteers who have worked. You've had how many meetings? I mean, it's, let alone the subcommittee meetings. So, and I really appreciate that. But what we've done in the past on initiatives and recent past, whether it be the cemetery, cemetery restoration, or the log cabin, with working with the Riverwalk Task Force, is there's a memorandum of understanding. So, that when we're a pass through, and I don't see it here. And there's 2 parts to that. So I think we need that instrument. We've done it before, so it's not picking on this. It's just this. And the thing that gets a little wearisome is I know this bicentennial task force has great ambition for doing a lot of amazing things. And there's a much larger budget than this. This is only one piece of it, right? So 2 things. One is the member of that under the recommendation, it says, and I hear what's said here, but I'm reading what is, I'm sorry, the budget impact, that we're fronting the money, basically, until such time as the sponsorship funds are received or if the funds are not realized. So that's the part that worries me. And then there's a second part to that is because there are going to be so many demands on expenses, giving other cool stuff in the budget, right? I don't know what it's at. It was like at $500,000 before or so. I would want, when it's the city being the pass through and have an obligation, that it's a first in, first out.
Yeah.
So we're not in line for all those other things. Does that,
Yes.
you're
I
the
would-
finance
I would
people.
fully support doing a memo of understanding, and that's.
And with the
that is our
first in,
intention.
first out, meaning we're
Totally
putting
agree.
up this money
Yeah.
and the fundraising is going well, but it's also very ambitious goals of the total money.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want it, well, we don't have the allocation for you, because it turns out it was spent over, and that's why the first in, first out would say, we're the first paid back.
I'll let Rick as the chair
Yeah.
speak to that, but I don't.
Well, I just want to say, the MOA, absolutely not a problem. I'm sure we can do that. What I want to make sure you understand is there's 2 different pools here. The stuff we're talking about with JAG is very specific to these specific items for those salient activities that we planned out. There's not a mixing of the money between the stuff that the Northville 200 is being raised for and other activities that we're doing there, including the historic markers and things like that. So it's not going to be a competing thing. This is very specific. We get a sponsor for the lumberjack shows. Okay, they're the ones that are paying for it. We're going to invoice it. That's what they're getting for it. So I don't think there's a problem with the MOA. I just wanted you to know that this is down to the, I can't use that term. This is incredibly detailed process of specifically what we're spending it on.
And here's a helpful suggestion, not for tonight, but the bicentennial, so I'm on the Riverwalk Task Force, and of course, we've had the Farmers Market Task Force, the Ford Field Task Force, all of those things and even the more recently cemetery restoration. At some point, not too long after they're formed, they come back and say, here's what we're doing, here's our status, here's where we're heading, here's our information now, here's here's sort of our general calendar, it's a vision, but you must be moving closer to a plan, obviously. So I think council needs to hear, where are you at, a status update, because that you're saying things, but and I don't mean
We could
that.
talk about the bicentennial all day long.
I know.
Right,
So-
well, it's an agenda
comeback,
item, we're not, but what I'm saying is that just for the public to be aware, for our full awareness, is
It's coming, it's next,
to come back saying this, but
next meeting or so.
I hear you, but I just think, this is the same for the cemetery, that if we're doing this, then I think it has to be, if we're getting paid back, which is what I'm hearing,
Yes.
we're just a pass through, that needs to be in there. We're getting paid back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
We'll do that. We do need to, you just mentioned it earlier, the lumberjack guys, we gotta give them a deposit. Okay, because there's not a lot of lumberjack guys.
Right,
running
but
around.
so I guess I could,
We
like-
need the 50, for
Would,
sure, to start.
Councilperson Brown, would it be sufficient if we added a sentence at the end of the motion that just states this is subject to a memo of understanding between the Bicentennial Task Force and the city of Northville and periodic updates to city council by the Bicentennial Task Force?
you went fast.
Basically.
So is there a motion,
Adding-
memorandum of understanding is going to be developed
Yep, so
and
I'm
brought back
saying-
to council?
In the motion, adding the proposed motion, adding a sentence at the end that says, this is subject to a memo of understanding between the city of Northville and the Bicentennial Task Force and periodic updates to city council to be provided by the Bicentennial Task Force.
This is in the context of a larger picture.
Yep.
Yes, except I'm not comfortable allowing up to 157.
Okay.
So I'm proposing that they can always come back. And if 50,000 can get them their entertainment booked and a lumberjack, then I'm okay with that. I'm just really uncomfortable.
Is it a net 50? Sorry. So.
Right up to the microphone.
If we
so
do
you
the
can hear.
50, right? And then the money comes in, it's just, you're never out more than 50.
Well, but that's a lot of money.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant, we're not talking about, I'm saying as these things come in and we're funding stuff, we have a bankroll of 50 to keep it going. But once we get the 50 and we're back to zero. That's like all I'm
Line
saying.
of credit.
A line of credit, like a line of credit.
Yeah, so it's
If you
true,
go
but
for-
I just don't have that memorandum of understanding to
I-
understand about the
we'll do that,
repayment,
yeah.
right?
We'll do
Okay.
that.
But that's why but I don't know, it's sort of like the chicken and the egg, since I don't know what's in the memorandum of understanding, that it does give me that assurance that the city will be paid back. Because that really, the budget impact, the third line, or if the funds are not realized is what bothers me. So it bothers me, nervous about it. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm just, how do other council members feel about level 1, level 2, level 3? Like the recommended motion is up to we're throwing in the whole thing, right? 157.
So you put 50 in at a time to make sure it's.
So can we do level 1? And that's a lot of money for one day. And then as it flushes, we just don't have the detail of what this money's being spent on.
The motion is a contract in the amount of $50,000. And then further authorize the city manager to approve additional expenses if funding becomes available. So it seems like you probably have two options here. One is you remove the authorize the city manager to approve
Come back
additional
to
expenditure.
council
Yeah.
if needed.
You
I'd be
remove
completely
that
comfortable with
phrase.
that.
Or just
Um,
fund it as it comes.
Because it doesn't mean we're not going to authorize it additional. There's just limited detail, no memorandum of understanding. And so if we have that and you've incorporated, you really did a good job mending that motion. We'll get that. So if they come back for the other, they'll probably have more details, estimates, which we don't have in here for the different types of activities bundled into each level. And then it'll be a much more comfortable,
Sure.
allowing it to be a
comfortable
larger
with
disbursement.
$50,000 and.
Yeah, the $50,000 is the key.
You're comfortable as the vice chair of that? Yeah. Good. Okay. And we can word that right, correct, Wendy?
Correct.
Good. Excellent.
Thanks, Rick.
Any other questions from council?
I support everything that was said. Rick, just so you're aware, the cemetery task force has come in twice to give an update on a intermittent basis. We're going to come back again in September, maybe October. And when we did that, we had asked council for $25,000 over 3 years. We told them what we were going to do about it, and that gave them the ability to act, knowing where the money was going.
Mhm.
So maybe that's a reference where I can share with you how we presented the
Great.
information. But yeah, I'm absolutely.
Andrew is the vice chair of the cemetery restoration, so we got a little competition. We got to get that information coming in.
Well, Riverwalk
Well,
Task
we
Force.
have so just to clarify, because I do feel like there's a little we have all the information on the 50,000. That's what
Right.
Rick had laid out. There is there is full transparency.
Yep, absolutely.
Of the 50,000. I think
Yep.
the other thing I would point out is we're reimbursing the city 100%.
Right.
Not that it's a competition.
Okay.
I understand.
But,
Okay. Let it go, you two. Let it go. Okay, good.
So
Thank you.
I do want to make sure that we are very clear on that.
Reimbursed 100%. Any other questions up here? Any comments from those in the chamber here? Anybody online with a hand up on this activity?
Should we remind them how to raise their
You
hand?
can do it. No, did somebody say no? Do it really quick. It's okay.
For those online, if you'd like to address this topic, press star 9 to virtually raise your hand. Press star 9 to raise your hand.
Good. You have a motion in the package, do you not, for us to go forward with? You all have that motion here. I'm closing off public comment. I don't see any. Do you see any, Andres? Okay. I keep wanting to look at that one. I'm looking at this and behind me. Okay. So with that, I'm looking for a motion to go forward for this $50,000 as we modified in the wording that councilperson, vice chair, or the Mayor Pro Tem go right
I
ahead.
want to read it again.
I move to approve a contract in the amount of $50,000 with JAG Entertainment for event production services for bicentennial signature events. Furthermore, approve a budget amendment of $50,000 from the general fund's fund balance to fund the contract until donations are received. This is subject to a memo of understanding between the Bicentennial Task Force and the City of Northville and periodic updates to be provided by the Bicentennial Task Force to the Northville City Council.
So we have a motion. Do we have support for that motion?
Support it.
So we have support. Any other discussion up here at the table? Okay. If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. You have a contract. Go book some bands. Parks and Rec, thanks for being here tonight to hear all this too. We appreciate this. Let's go to the next one. I believe, Justin, you are up for consideration of an amendment that went to the Planning Commission for the Downs on Toll Brothers. Tell us about that.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This development agreement amendment requested by Toll Brothers is following a site plan amendment that was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission at their July 21st meeting. At that time, the site plan was amended to reduce the number of townhomes on the property or on the south portion of the property and increase the number of detached units. So there's 4 townhouse buildings that are being eliminated. And those units or those buildings are comprised of 19 units, and there would be 11 detached units in its place. And these units are south of Fairbrook Street. The master plan does call for more detached units in this portion of the development. The master plan also recognized that there was some existing density standards in the zoning ordinance that could not be strictly applied to receive a mix of uses along the same street or within the same block. So there are some setback deviations that are requested that need to be incorporated into the development agreement to effectuate this site plan change. There's also a request to exclude floor area ratio and or exclude covered porches, front porches on the existing detached units from certain floor area ratio and lot coverage calculations. That was a error that the applicant told the Planning Commission they made originally in 2022, and that is being corrected at this point. There's a deviation to allow cantilever decks on the townhomes off of Beale Street. I think you have a public comment in your packet that's in support of those setbacks. There's basements that are proposed under the carriage home units, 6 of the 8 buildings that have not yet been constructed, and then the new 11 detached units would have basements, and that would be subject to the applicant providing updated geotechnical data that shows that there's at least a minimum of 1 foot between the bottom of the basement footing and the seasonal high groundwater elevation. And then the development agreement amendment would give the community development director authority to review that documentation on a building by building basis, along with the building official and the city engineer. The development agreement would also allow the director to approve lot-specific landscaping for all of the detached units in the project, as long as it's consistent with the previously approved landscape plan, which has a minimum defined standard for the amount of plant material. And then Toll Brothers, in exchange for the zoning flexibility that's provided, is it proposing a $100,000 public benefit to the city for miscellaneous infrastructure. They originally proposed $75,000 at the Planning Commission and have increased it for consideration tonight. They are here tonight, Toll Brothers representatives. I don't believe they have a presentation prepared, but if you have questions for them, they're here and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And this, as you mentioned, passed at the planning commission unanimously, last month?
That's correct, at their last meeting in July.
So questions from council person, then I'll open it up for comment.
I'll start with some
Go right
clarifying
ahead.
questions. Justin, would you submit that the initial proposal for $75,000 was broadly deemed in a subjective sense by the planning commission across the board is not sufficient relative to the perceived level of improvement?
The Planning Commission did recommend an additional public benefit beyond what they offered, and they didn't put a specific number on it, but that was part of their recommendation to council. They approved the site plan unanimously with that recommendation to council.
So I do want to just, staple that on to what the proceedings, the
Right.
output of those proceedings were.
Sure.
They didn't feel with the scope of change that was satisfactory.
So that was 75 at the planning commission. Now it's gone up to 100 today and we'll have.
Councilmember Kranz, I would also reiterate that is consistent with several of the letters we received as well, that were
Yep.
challenging, recognizing the elements of partnership involved here.
Yes.
But then when you have one entity receiving a significant benefit, is the city receiving a benefit as well? And the implications of that. So similarly questioning, should there be a larger?
So are we,
benefit?
Mayor, we're still at the clarifying
Yes,
questions?
yes, absolutely.
All right, so let me just lay out tell me if I missed anything here from my time there. So we would be going from 19 townhomes to 11 single-family detached homes, correct?
That's correct.
And do those single-family detached homes still have the ability to put a half story on top?
So Toll Brothers, these would be their smallest product types. What they've done is they have two or three, like a bungalow or a cottage and that fit.
Yep.
So it would not be the larger homes, and they've taken that and modified it to put a rear loaded attached garage.
Got it.
So the front of the buildings will look exactly the same as what was previously approved.
No, that's good information. So then the front porch exclusion could affect up to 24 lots, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then number of basements would be up to 33 possibly, is that correct?
That's correct.
And up to 28 cantilever decks, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then there's also discussion on material substitution on windows, garage doors, and decks, correct? I'm sorry, did I say deck material?
Yes, that's correct. Windows, doors.
When we say up to 33 basements, what's the process for validating the viability of those basements?
They have
What's the role of the city in that process?
They have to submit geotechnical data to staff, which would then work with the city engineer and the building official to review that data to see where the groundwater elevation is. And they have been monitoring that for the last several months. And they have to show us on their construction plans where the basement footing is, the bottom of the basement footing, what's that elevation, what's the elevation of the groundwater. And if there's a minimum of 1 foot of separation, then a basement can be approved. If the documentation doesn't support it, then the basement won't be approved and they have to construct with a slab foundation.
And how are we controlling grading on this? So is it the original virgin grade at that site? Because if I'm now within a foot, less than a foot, could they theoretically go up?
We'll use the approved grading plan.
The approved grading plan. I just want to get that on the record. So just so everybody's keenly aware of that too. Okay.
I would. Question from Councilmember.
Well, I want to
Barbara.
thank you for the summary that you have. I mean, it was short, but I think it really captured all the detail that's in there and all the detail in the documentation that Planning Commission had to go through in a very good summary form. It was really good to sit through those Planning Commission meetings and very helpful. I think I would have a different view of things if I hadn't heard all of those people very thoughtfully that looked over the site plan. And they did push back, but I think you accurately capture it. And some of the things, there's there was concern, there's only 10 foot between the buildings, so there was an overarching concern. Well, why are we allowing things here that not even in a stretch, but I would concur with what many said, despite it being a hard pill to swallow because of preliminary site plan stuff, is I think and the way you've captured it is it's better than what was planned for that location, even though they're close together, they're cottages. So I think your summary really captured it without that level of detail. I really also appreciate, for anybody that has our packet, the planning commission minutes are in there, the draft minutes from the last meeting. That was so, I mean, those minutes are just amazing. And I think they really captured the different views and sentiments and how they arrived at their decision to forward it to us. And that, I think we'll have, discussion on the contribution,
Right.
That's proposed, which is
We appreciate it
different.
going up from
but yeah, so
75 to 100, but we're not done.
yeah, so just in terms of clarifying questions for you, it's more observations, but it was a very,
That information is in the package. So if you go in online, all of you in the audience do, you can see the detail that we're talking about. Great. Other questions from council members?
No clarifying ones.
You got it.
Stay right there. Well, back up. Let me open it up for any public comment at this time. Come up to the mic, 2 minutes. Again, even if you talked on the overall area, you have 2 minutes on this section too. So if you have any comments, come right up, Nancy. Step to the side. Nancy's very important.
Nancy Curie, 661 West Main. The reduction in the number of units is not going to make a significant difference on the density down there. It is tight. And I've been through it a lot. But what amazes me is for 2 years, we were told no basements. And we accepted that based on their engineering studies and so forth. You can drive through there today without any measurable rain in Northville in the last 6 weeks. There's still water in some of those lots sitting there bubbling. And based on the comments that you heard today, I hope the city has taken a really hard look at what their liability is if there are problems in the foundations down the road, because there are known water problems at this site. And a lot of water is continuing to be pumped out of there. And we could be left holding the bag. I hope you've really looked into that and have commissioned your own engineering study. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in council chambers? Right up, Lenore.
Lenore Lewandowski, 119 Randolph Street. So after attending various planning commission meetings, I'm concerned about the current Toll Brothers proposal. On one hand, the planning commission has always wanted more single-family homes in the Downs. As the project developed, the number of single-family homes changed from 56 homes in the 2021 PUD to 38 homes in May of 2022. Today's proposal eliminates 19 townhouses and adds 11 single-family homes, but at a cost. Toll Brothers is asking for deviations to lot area, lot width, setbacks, lot coverage, and floor area ratio. In removing the townhouses, Toll Brothers created new lots and then tried to fit their currently designed single-family homes into these lots. More concerning is that the side lot is as narrow as 5 feet. If we were at a BZA meeting, this would be considered a self-created problem on the developer's part. A better plan would be for Toll Brothers to design homes to fit these lots, particularly potentially smaller homes, which also may be more affordable. Additionally, the Planning Commission was asked to approve basements to these new homes. Quoting from a February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, I believe this is all from Mr. Herkowitz. One suggestion was to locate single-family homes in the southernmost area of the site. However, the high water table constrained the footing locations for single-family homes in this area. Regarding constructing homes without basements, Toll Brothers believed that there was no market for homes without basements at this price point in Michigan. Constructing a basement in or near the water table was not an option. Toll Brothers now reassures the Planning Commission that the water table is not an issue. I believe that some sort of surety should be in place before construction is allowed, as well as maybe some kind of long-term insurance for potential water issues in the new homes. So while the housing change decreases the overall number of units in the development, it's honestly less than 2% of the total units in the Downs. This is hardly a public benefit. I believe that changing from townhouses to single homes has a minimal benefit, and it does come at a price. The price should be more than just the $75,000 that Toll Brothers offered moments before the vote was taken. It has been suggested that developers make a contribution to fund the infrastructure for a potential skating rink in Central Park. Toll Brothers stated that the new homes would sell for $919,000 to $1.2 million. I urge City Council to ask for a higher public benefit donation in order to balance the deviations that are being requested. Let's remember, this is not the first time that the city's been asked to amend the development agreement in favor of the developer. Please ask for a bigger donation and more than $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenore. Anybody else in City Council? Right up there.
no.
Me okay?
Yes, yes.
Billy Burns, 392 Fairbrook Court. So if you've ever taken a course or read a book about negotiations, you'll come across the concept of the anchoring effect. This relates to a cognitive bias where we tend to rely too heavily on the first number or value that we're presented with from the other side. As a result, this initial starting point tends to anchor the psychological or financial frame of the entire discussion. In this case, Toll Brothers is claiming that this is a break-even proposal on their part, and that they're completely indifferent to the current approved plan and the proposed plan. Don't let this claim form the basis of what you think is a fair monetary contribution on their part. Since this was first presented to the Planning Commission, they went from $0 to $75,000, now to $100,000. Number one, if this was truly break-even proposal, they can't afford to offer any amount. Number two, don't let these piecemeal increases make you think that it's a stretch for them to comfortably offer a number that's significantly larger. A fair offer would have an extra zero at the end and a number bigger than one at the beginning. Multi-million-dollar benefits for the developers should be reflected with multi-million-dollar contributions to the city in the form of a public benefit. If they're not willing to do that, let's get creative and come to an agreement where they pay a fixed dollar amount for each basement that's constructed, maybe $20,000 a basement. For each E-series window, they replace with a 100 series window, maybe 500 a window. For each garage door, they replace with a Wayne Dalton door, maybe 200 per door. If they balk, there's honestly not that big of a difference in the overall development footprint between 19 townhomes and 11 single-family detached homes. Let them build what they said they would. Toll Brothers' net income last year was $1.35 billion on just under $11 billion in revenue. They don't make break-even decisions, and they certainly can't cry poor when it comes to this development.
Thanks, Billy. Anybody else in council chambers? Nancy?
Nancy Darga, 516 North Center Street. After sitting through years of planning commission meetings, I hate those townhomes. They look like Kleenex boxes with windows in them. And the thought that we can get 11 houses and create a neighborhood versus a row of Kleenex boxes with windows in them makes me smile and happy. I don't want to dicker around 75,000, 100. What I want is a better community development. So the decision really, for me, if I was still sitting up there, and I'm glad I'm not, is that what really helps this community? These little houses? I don't know. I live on Center Street. The space between my house and my neighbors is a driveway on either side. So that's about 10 feet. Or these townhouses. That to me is the question. And overall, the community kept asking for less density. And it sounds like we're getting less density. So the question is, what's better? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Anybody else in council chambers? Ed?
Raising 370 Fairbrook. I was at all those planning commission meetings. The Toll Brothers came in and told them that they wanted to make all these changes that we fought forever to get more single family homes. They couldn't build them. And all of a sudden, boom, they can't sell their townhouses. So now they want to put basements and change the whole plan. We've already done this with them. We said it 2 years ago, they're going to keep coming back. What are they going to do next? What are they going to change? This is stupid. They already told us at the planning commission meeting, if anybody was there, that they could do this project without making these changes. They would be happy to do it the other way. So I don't see any public benefit for them making millions of dollars, not to mention there's no parking. These places they're building, the garage has no driveway. There's nowhere to park around there. So if your cars don't fit in them tiny little garages, and there's garages that are even smaller too. They've changed all kinds of stuff in there. I mean, Jason just glanced over it. There's so many changes they've asked for to make them more money. It's ridiculous. There's no reason for us to do that. They already admitted in the planning commission meetings that they could build what they were planning anyway. Planning commission sat there for hours. They all hated the plan. And as they kept talking, well, maybe we'll just let them have it. They came in and said, it's all or nothing. You give us this, and this, or we're not going to do it. And that was them. So then all of a sudden it got changed around. Well, what's the benefit? You got these tiny little lots now. What about the people that with the fires? I have a neighbor, they just screwed him over on the fire. Should he sue the city? You can't just change your plans because they're a big corporation. Sorry.
That's it. Anybody in council chambers? Closing it off in council chambers. Anybody online? I think we've heard you a couple times. Okay. So I'm closing off. Take a sec. Sometimes it's, yep, there is a
Yes.
raiser. Is there?
Phone number 5076. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
5076. We should be able to hear you. Go right ahead. Full name and address. That'd be great.
Michelle Oniel, 402 Yerkes. I have no problem with the request that's being made. Changes happen during development projects, and it's not always a, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not always something that's negative against the city or that the developer is being sneaky. The one concern I do have relates to my concerns earlier, and that is there is no longer a high water table that they're concerned about. Is it possible that the water or the dewatering, and again, I use that term in quotes, that's happening on the northern part of the project, is that impacting why it's not dewater or why there's not a high water table where these homes would go? I really think council needs to see what reports have been done, full reports, not summaries. And if the question hasn't been evaluated by the developer as to the impact of the water being removed from the site, then that needs to be done. As it pertains to the $100,000 offer, I don't know what the right amount is. What I will say is I strongly encourage council to take whatever funds are provided and put them towards that bridge crossing over Johnson Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Anybody else that you see online? No. Okay. I'm closing off public comment online. So with that, anything else that you would like to add?
I just think for clarification, something I didn't mention, these aren't units that are all on their own lots. They're really detached multiple family. They're 11 units on one common parcel. There's a separate homeowners association that will cover the maintenance, the exterior maintenance. So this is really achieving a different type of housing that's not in the project. We don't have that in the city either. So it's, again, meeting the master plan objective of diversifying the housing mix.
Good. Anybody from Toll Brothers, do you want to add any, or did we get enough information here, Keith? Or
I think everything's covered. If there are any questions, we're here to answer them. I'm Scott Hansen with Toll Brothers.
Thanks, Scott.
So anything that comes up.
Glad to meet you, Scott. Any questions? Anything that?
I'll start off.
Go right ahead.
Justin, a couple more clarifying questions because there were some good comments. Parking and bedroom counts. Can you speak to bedroom counts and and like net bedroom counts from the 19 to 11 and any kind of restrictions on additional bedrooms in the basements?
So because these units aren't in the central business district, their parking requirement isn't based on bedrooms. They just are held to 2 parking spaces per unit, like any other attached multiple family unit outside of the central business district. So the parking requirement actually goes down because there's 8 less units on the site. The units are self-parked.
Okay. Any HOA impacts to their contribution dues? Are they whole on that for any obligations they're going to have to the Downs in its entirety?
My understanding, and I think the developer can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's a master association for all of the units in the Downs, and then this will be a sub-association for these 11 units that will have to handle their own exterior maintenance.
Okay.
So that won't be relayed to the other unit owners.
It's also fair that in the planning meeting that this was presented as all or nothing?
It is, yes.
Okay. I don't know if everybody knew that, but Barbara and I both sit in those planning meetings, and that was the context of that. I'll start here.
Sure.
I'm the planning liaison. I've been on planning for 4 years. I've seen a lot of this go through, so maybe I can help guide the initial part of the discussion based on that experience, for better or worse.
Please.
What I want to start with is what I don't want us to do is to haggle on numbers, because if we're not careful, that looks like extortion. But we need to have a method, and I'm going to lay out a method and what I think that outcome is. And that method needs to be based in history as to how we're going to get there and why. So now we could say, I want this, but that's a half step from extortion. I'm not really comfortable with that, even if it's low. So we need to justify our position on what that looks like. So I'm going to unpack that. And I do want to thank 2 residents, Mr. Burns and Mr. Farrell, who both worked with both of them on some inputs that they might have based on their expertise and their experience. So thank you both for that. So what I wanted to start with just real briefly, and so what I'll do is I'll put a theory out there, and
Okay.
then the rest of council
Please
can
do.
discuss it with what that outcome is. That'll take about 5 minutes. But I think it's important that we maybe baseline our method. I think our method's critical here. So the economic value to toll. So we got to start with the value is overall. And when I'm looking at the metric, I'm looking at maybe overall value creation. I'm not inside their P&L sheets. I don't know what it looks like on the other side, nor should I. But I can easily pull down capital inputs, overall value creation that goes in. And then I think I can compare that to value creation on the public benefits, and we can create a ratio. So I think that's entirely equitable and fair and has been established and voted on multiple times through planning and the PUD. So I'm gonna take a crack at that. So without going too much into the detail, but if you look at basements, there have been claims that basements add no value to the home. I think we can just disabuse ourselves of that. Of course it does. Basements add extraordinary value to homes. I can't imagine anybody disputing that. That's a true statement. I would not buy a home at my price point if I was on a slab. I would live in a different community entirely. And I think 98% of people who are buying single family or detached family homes would agree with that. And I don't think that that's a fair starting point in terms of maybe the value that was being proposed. But I was on planning when we were going through that, and I wanted those single family homes, and we pushed. And like Michelle and others have said, it was a water table issue, and I was very frustrated by it. So there's a net benefit to maybe throttling down the townhomes, because I think there's probably going to be some exhaustion in the market from purchasing those towards these more detached homes as another product, which I'm all for. And they're compromised. But Justin, is it also fair that when we're looking at this, that we're not, this is a PUD district, so a lot of the zoning requirements are negotiated. It's not necessarily you look at outside of the Downs and say it's fair or not fair. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
So that was negotiated. So we can't look at any house outside and say they did this or they did that. We have to look at what was agreed to as part of zoning requirements inside the Downs. So they're going to be looking at FAR adjustments and some setbacks and some other things. And the reason why we can negotiate that is because it's part of the PUD, correct?
That's correct.
So this would be something they are asking for that we would be looking for a public benefit on in response.
Correct.
Yes, okay. So I just want to set the table on why we're having that discussion here. So as we move on value creation, I think we all know, Mr. Burns already set up, Toll's a very well-run business. I think they run EBITs of about 16% per year over the last 5 years. I wish GM could do that. We're only at about 8 to 10. Thank you, tariffs. So Toll claimed a loss of 8 units in his, they're claiming a loss of 8 units. So we're going from the 19 to 11, but that's going to be offset by basements, the porch exclusion, the 11 detached units, window. We can talk about them being equivalent, but based on research provided to me and what I looked at, it is not an equivalent performance. Garage doors and our values and other things don't seem to be consistent. And the deck material, I'm not going to hang my head on deck material. I mean, it is what it is. But if we look at it just at a very high level on those basements, and so that's why I was trying to set the table earlier. If we're looking at 33 basements, they probably will add, just based on, knowing some developers in town, some other place, likely $50,000 to $75,000 of value per home. We can debate that, but I've got that from multiple sources. I do know some developers. Detached homes on the website, and thank you for those who provided that, are at a 20% higher cost per square foot on any detached product versus attached product. So there's clearly going to be a value there that they're going to be commanding more per square foot. And then there's also, even though there might be discussion of a base price on these at near $1 million, we haven't factored in what we call in my business average transaction price, which is add-ons, options, things that drive price up. I'm going to wash that out. That doesn't matter. We'll say people are just going to price in options between townhomes and single family, but the average transaction price on those will be higher, but we're not going to factor that in. So if I look at both sides of the ledger, which we should do, if we take those 19 townhomes, and there's some different ways you can calculate it. So everything I'm providing is a range because again, I don't sell your product, but I have an idea based on what's online and what's surrounding and some people who are in industry. Is of those 19, if you have an average transaction price on each of those between about 700 and 800,000, you're looking at somewhere between 13.5 and 15 million dollars of, we'll say, value creation. We'll call that your top line. So I'm not going down the P&L. That's your business. That's not mine. I don't know that. So put that number in your hat. So what they're deleting out is about, we'll say, 13 to 15 million dollars in value creation. And I'm not including options, like I said. So if I go back to then what goes in, so we're now saying what's the other side of the ledger on the positive side, because we need to create a net at the top line as far as I can understand. So the basements, we talked about that. The porch exclusion is a very big deal because that affects the size of the home that can go on the lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's very notable. That's why I brought that up. And that was 24 units where you could theoretically put a larger home. And by the way, I co-authored the front porch incentive. I really want these front porches because that's what Northville is. We're a front porch community. So I'm all for it. But there's a value creation for toll that we have to take into account. The toll, if you will. So the 11 detached units look like they might market at a base price near $1 million. 11 times 1 is 11. The windows, garage doors, and decks are incremental beyond that. But if I'm looking at a bandwidth, so there's millions of dollars in bandwidth here because I don't actually know, but I can take a look at it between what some people in the room gave me and my own research. But you're looking at value creation somewhere in the 15 to 22 million dollars on that front. So that's what the value that they're going to create in their product. I'm not talking about profit. Profit's fine. I have no problem with profit. I want them to be profitable. So if I take that, let's say 15 to 22, and then I pull out another 13 to 15 million on that. Let's see. So yeah, I'm sorry, the 14 million. So if I go, the average on that top line is about 19 and a half. So I just go down the middle and then I go down the middle on the loss of the townhomes. That's about 14, 15. The net benefit now, the number that we should care about after you unpack all that is somewhere in the $4 to $5.5 million range. That's what I see. So there's a value creation to toll. And I do not think toll was doing this to break even. It's not obvious to me. I'm in business. It does not look like that's the case. And that's okay. We can make money. But basements have value. Porches have value. We probably have a dearth of townhouse product that isn't going to turn. And then you're introducing a new product that should be better at a higher cost per square foot. So I think and then if we have all the basements, I think introducing up to 33 new basements is certainly going to improve the saleability of the product, which is what I want. I want you guys to be as successful as possible. So now I want to take a look at, so put that $5 or $6 million number under your hat. And let's just say that's the net benefit that they got. So now I want to look at our method, and this is the method for council here to consider. And I want to put it out there also for the community. So published online, it's out and about, but you can see that the value creation, so what was put into the downsite, what's in all the media is somewhere between $275 and $325 million total. That's about it on the value creation. So we're talking top line number here. The benefits that we've accrued so far as part of the development agreement are $23 to $28 million of, we'll say, wins for this community. That includes the River Park, the Central Park, the Pocket Parks, the 7 Mile Road improvement, the roundabout, the log cabin move, and any other adjacencies. So there's probably some other utility stuff, but it's somewhere in the $23 to $28 million. So if I look at that range, everything's ranges here because we don't have absolutes. It's not my job to have the absolutes, but I have the ranges. So if I take that 23 to 28 and divide it into 275 to 325, we're looking at, in general, we as a body here that does the DA, a 7 to 10% benefit in terms of value creation and public benefit relative to overall value creation. So we have agreed to that in the past. So I would like to use that as the standard going forward here. So now if we go and say, all right, it's a 7 to 10%. My recommendation then, so I'll just get through some of this other stuff unless we discuss it. So if I'm looking at somewhere in a, let's say $4.75 to $5 million net value created by toll at 7 to 10%, I'll just start with what the initial offer was. And I do agree, I am not going to be anchored to this because there was no precedent or understanding of how that came about. So there was no reference point. I felt like it was an appeasement number maybe. Was 1.5% of the value. So if we're talking about a consideration of 7 to 10%, 1.5 is probably not something we want to even consider. Planning Commission was right. And to keep building on that, I also don't think 100% or $100,000 is in the ballpark. So what does that mean? So the number I want to start with, based on the reference points that we've all agreed to and is in the public record and has been for 5 years, is if you're doing your math at home, that number, the starting point where we would negotiate, it's about $275,000, not $75,000. And that's in the 7 to 10% range. I will give them this though, and I'm willing to talk down from that, of course. And there's a couple of caveats. So we'll start there because the public benefit isn't all going to be a capital outlay. I do agree on basements are good. I do think the front porches are good. I do think the reduced density is incrementally better. I do think more single family detached homes are good. So there is benefit there. And I will defer to the Planning Commission because the Planning Commission lives and breathes this, and they say it's a net benefit to the site plan. So I'm not going to overrule what Planning Commission does. That's their job. My job is to negotiate the development agreement. So there is some value there. And I can't say that we don't monetize that, but I would walk that down from $280,000 or something lower for sure. But most definitely is $75,000 to $100,000 not in play. And if it is all or nothing and it was $75,000 all or nothing, and I'd say I don't want it. It's got to be more. And I've laid out my methodology to get there. I'll now open up for council. But what I'm really trying to do is give everybody a method on what we should do as opposed to everybody saying, I want this thing or I want this thing. We shouldn't be looking at things because money is fungible. It can go to the bridge, it can go to crosswalks, it can go to whatever we decide we're going to do, but it is fungible as it goes into the system for public improvement. So I also don't want to get hung up on what we would use it for, just that it would be available. So one last thing on that is a mechanism on it, and then I'll stop talking, is there's probably corporate thresholds on what can be approved before it has to go up the ladders. That's how it is at my company. And whatever that threshold is, if it's $7,500, $125,000 before it goes to the C-suite, then I would submit that we could arrange something like Mr. Burns talked about, where you would have an initial payment and then you would probably staple on an addendum to every single house that gets built and every single basement that gets built as part of the fee. And you would work your way up to whatever we decide that final number is. So there'd be an upfront tranche. And then there would be part that would come with each house so that the impact on toll isn't all immediate up front and it would be fair. And we would collect that over time. So that would be my proposal as well. And maybe that's whatever their limit is, if it's 100,000 or 125,000, that's the net, that's the first tranche, and then you staple on the incrementals beyond.
Can I ask
That's it.
very
Go ahead.
specific
Yeah,
rather?
please, thank you.
Backing up, is that, so are you with that proposal that it comes in incrementally?
It could.
It could, no, I'm just probing that.
Yeah.
Would there be a not to exceed? Is that what it would, so?
I'm open to it.
Well, I mean, I don't know where you were.
I was saying that, like, when I put, let's say that number, that headline number of 280, it has error bars on it. So I wouldn't want to put it not to.
It's not unreasonable.
Yeah, I'm not saying if it's 276, no deal, because there's enough of an error bar on that where I don't want to go 5 significant figures deep on it and say that's the absolute. So I wouldn't want to do a not to exceed, but if you have something to contribute otherwise.
Well, I mean, I have other things to talk, but I really appreciate your putting some analytical parameters about this.
And the logic.
Yeah, because, I mean, this is a matter of, this is what a PUD is. If this was anywhere else in the city, these allowances, to the variance, and which are very steep here, would not even happen. So the reason there's a PUD is because there is this give and take, and part of the give on their part is that's the public benefit, right? And sometimes it's in kind, meaning there's land that they're not going to use, that they're going to transfer it to the city. So, but this is a matter of, there's nothing like that to happen here. So it is a matter of monetary benefit. And I will say one thing, I do have something I want to communicate to Toll, but before I do well, I'll wait on that, but this is, so I really appreciate your wrapping this contextually, that I think it's a very healthy way to look at it. But the benefit is, in this case, there's no transfer of land or any other type of benefit. So the only is funding. Well, I will mention it. So the other was funding, and I know, I think we've all just been brief in different times about where are we coming up short on some of those infrastructure improvements, but that, by the way, were not a benefit. It was required. But going to bring this up because they're coming home to roost. So the way it was supposed to be is a proportional share. So we agreed to proportional shares, we're 30, they're 30, hope for a grant. And in the development agreement, those proportional shares didn't come in. Which is why I voted no on the development agreement. So it was a fixed amount that they give. And if we have cost overruns, it was a bad estimate because it was old and stale. We're in the bank for that. So I'm really worried that it's going to go to something that but I don't want to get, and I think the general way we talk about whatever that benefit amount is in here, I agree with you. We don't talk about what do we allocate it to, but I think it has to come back to council to talk about what do we allocate it to, right?
In the future, yes.
Right.
Because the existing infrastructure that we're coming up short on paying, that was part of the agreement because they needed to do it. We're getting stuck holding the bag on some of that. So I don't, that's not, if I look at it, because that is needed, but we want a community benefit from this, right? For these trade-offs that are a natural part of the PUD. So anyway,
That would be putting the overall public benefits, using your numbers, your strategy, your philosophy, following your numbers, your max, not max, but you lose up to 275. They initially did 75. If you just, the average of that's 162.5, but not saying that's up or down from there, but I followed all the math as you went through. There's an old math guy, but that's what I heard you say. 275 could be something. They offered 75. And if you just didn't, I'm not saying that's where we're going, but
I just offered a method for discussion.
It's a great method instead of just picking out of the air. Absolutely. And the benefits to each deal. Bottom line, what they're losing in construction, but what they're gaining in your basement.
Both sides of the ledger.
Thank you. Yep. Others, anybody else? John?
Yeah, I can go next on this one. So first off, I want to point out that when Councilmember Krenz started his presentation, he said that if we look at it at a high level, I would love to hear what the detailed analysis is.
Just to say if
I do think that there There's logic to the public benefit that was laid out by Councilmember Krenz. One thing I don't want us to start doing here is negotiating where we each present different thoughts and perspectives.
Correct.
I think we are better off to say we've got a number that's been laid out on the table. There's math behind that. I will note that I am also open to the idea, and I appreciate it being brought forward by resident Burns, and in the concept of a blended approach as well. If that amount is too high, well, then let's have a conversation around a reasonable amount with fees to be collected on a per unit basis going forward. So I'd be open to flexibility along those lines as well, if that's preferred by this council. One thing I will note is I like some of the houses on the townhouses on Center and the active residents that have come with it. So thank you. I think we can't talk about the fact that we've said we need housing mix and then go after the ones we've got. Now, that said, I'm on record here many times saying that we had a little bit of excitement over a new product versus community interest, and we were probably over indexed on townhomes at the start. So from my perspective there, and that's just being consistent, I think I've literally said that in every one of these discussions. If I look at it right now, I have to note the fact that well, first off, I appreciate the role that planning plays. They do own the site plan. I also appreciate the public benefit versus lot sizes. So I think there is a positive to basements. Now, that is a positive to basements where approved, and all of the concerns that have been laid out today are totally appropriate. So, Justin, as we talk through it, I think it's very important that we are detailed in that process. We're reporting back to this body and to planning around the analysis that's performed where basements are approved, so that everyone is comfortable that the proper due diligence is being placed there. But I think overall, it's going to lead to a better product. It's better for our community. My ideal world would be that we have single detached for this area with less homes and larger lot sizes, frankly. I think that's also consistent with what I've said from the beginning. I recognize, and this is why I mentioned I have appreciation for the process that planning went through, because they have approved these lot sizes as part of the PUD, but then we come back to the public benefit. And so this is the loop that I'm in, where I can recognize that we are just extending a public benefit that exists in other areas of the community or of the development, but you're now extending that public benefit. And so at this stage, from my standpoint, I would like to hear, and I know Councilmember Morosky-Brown, you haven't had a chance to go yet, so I think you should obviously have a chance to go with your full set of comments. But I would like to hear from Toll Brothers in terms of what they see as the benefit that's being realized, the associated benefit that the city should realize, and start a conversation along those lines. At its core, though, basements are a good thing for our community. The detached family homes is consistent with what we've been asking. The porches are a positive. So these are positive things, but we are in, as we've discussed many times, a partnership as we're now tied together in this. It's part of our community. So how do we make sure it's successful, and how do we make sure it's the right thing for everyone involved?
Barbara and Marty.
Well, I do want to address an elephant in the room. Well, at least it's an elephant in my room, my brain right now and I want to, and I have gotten past that, but it was almost to the planning commissioner. It was brought up at either the first and or second meeting. And that is, how did we get here? I also think for this area, it's an improvement, for this particular area. But the question is, and this, in fact, going back to what somebody, a planning commissioner said, is it was really hard getting past the frustration of the preliminary site plan review and they said misrepresentations is what I'm going to say, made during that, and that got us to this point. So we're grateful there's a change now, but because of the discussions then, we're grateful. Whereas it would have been looked very different in that southern part. And people say, well, it was the water table. I was very much involved in that, but I couldn't until it came to council for that preliminary site plan leading up to November. George, that was before you were here. And first it was, the water table, it can't handle it. And then there was actually analytical work done. I worked with our city engineers and overlaid the plot, did a little bit of John Roby, and saw that I did a what if table. So 8, 9, and 10-foot basements. Well, it turned out most of the places that could have had a single family home that they were advocating for could have 8 or 9-foot basements with plenty underneath. So then it was like, oh, well, quoting, Toll only does 10-foot basements. You're like, well, and then it was like, well, do ya? Because we knew that they do less than 10-foot basements. In fact, 9 is more preferred. And then it was, well, we don't want, to the point as of the liability. You know, we don't want that we think we can do it and then we build it and we've got a water liability issue. And Randy Wertheimer was adamant about that. So this was an evolving thing, and I think it really did sit in the craw of those planning commissioners that went through that. To now have this come up and it's like, okay, as they did, I need to get past that, but it needs to be said that there was misrepresentations and back then, and I haven't heard an apology from Toll for that. But I am, while it's like, you know, I said before, it's like the game Sin City, we'd all do it different. I do concur with something that I heard several planning commissioners say is these cottages would look better if there was one less of them, because they're like this, and particularly when you get to the sides. But it is what it is. They agreed with it, and sitting through that, what you might have in your brain when you heard my brain or whatever, when I heard those planning commissioners at both really walk through it, I'm comfortable with where we are now. But this, I agree with what their conclusion was, and I think ours, that Toll saying to planning that there's no net benefit to this is hard to swallow. So I really appreciate the calculations that that Andrew did. Yeah, that's really, really helpful.
Anything, Dan?
I mean, obviously up here with these three, I agree and I see, but less is more for me, basement and porches. I love that idea, but I don't want to forget the people that, you know, would like to hear from Toll. So if that's something we're going to do tonight, I think now's time.
So just wrapping up before any final, we'll see if Toll wants to add any more. Again, following your numbers, that was 275. They start at a 75. So we're in that 150, 162. If you just used your numbers. Absolutely, from my standpoint and hearing from everybody and knowing it, we want a neighborhood feel. You know, early on, planning commission, all of us wanted more homes. We're getting more homes, less density. So we heard that almost to each and every one of you and some in public. The look and feel, as Nancy said, it's a better feel for a neighborhood. Yes, we want diversity in the different homes. You like some of those townhomes. So from my standpoint, we can't, it's not a blackmail back and forth. You use logic. We're all logical. We want to be logical. It can't be an if come. It was 75 out at the planning commission. I went through all those notes. We all did. They unanimously went forward. They wanted more homes. What is the public benefit? Whatever it is that we decide, it will be in a public benefit fund, not maybe for one thing, you know, looking at the river input, looking for activities in there or what we need in the city. But yeah, from my standpoint, I agree with most of the things. I know I've chirped in as we've gone through, but it's less density, public benefit. We just have to see what is that, and we can't go back and forth. It's not horse trading, but we started with, we saw it in writing, $75,000 at the planning commission. That is absolutely the baseline.
I just have caution in the way we think about this, and I think Mr. Burns is 100% accurate, and Andrew mentioned it. Don't be sucked in by the anchoring psychological technique.
Understand.
And I mean it quite plainly, because it is an approach, and I don't mean you're being disingenuous. I mean, you didn't know if you threw us a bone if we might take it, but that is not our anchor. Like, it's not grateful, like, oh boy, they went up 25, or oh, let's double it. that's why I really, really appreciate Councilmember Kranz's diligence on this in saying, okay, let's look at this from an analytical perspective, the benefit, to have this be a shared benefit. Their benefit is financial, and our benefit can be what is for that community, that can be invested in that area. So I just want to caution on the anchoring.
You have to beckon it logically, and you did logically. So thank you for doing that. Anything that you'd like to add?
Not at this time.
Anything from Toll Brothers before we come with some additional?
I can try.
Do I need to go hide?
Oh, no. I appreciate the effort, truly. And I think I still stand ultimately behind our pro forma and our calculations. And I stand here and honestly say, this is not like a windfall for Toll. At the end of the day, we haven't sold a carriage home since June. The benefit here is that we can market these houses and we can sell them better. Can we sell them for more money? We hope so, but we don't know that. We know that people are willing to pay what they're willing to pay for a home. So there's a lot of risk in that. Yeah, maybe we come out on top, maybe we don't. We don't know at this point. And Councilmember Carter, you mentioned the benefits to Toll, and I think the lot coverage and the FAR, the benefit is we give people more options. They can pick a different house, but at the end of the day, we have houses that fit on every lot. It's not something, and I go back and I hate to continue to like beat a dead horse, but it's not something we have to have. It just makes the development better. But whether a person picks a $900,000 house or a $1.3 million house or a $1.5 million house, we don't know. We don't know what they'll choose. And yes, we can restrict some and make some, but at the end of the day, we might not have a buyer for 1.5 million. We might only have a buyer for 900,000. So that's the benefit on that front is more flexibility. The cantilever decks, that's just something we've heard on the sales floor, that those, we call them the Palomino, the 2.5-story townhomes, they don't have an outdoor living space. People want it, but there's a cost to put it in. And whether or not people will pay for it, again, we don't know. We might be eating that cost at the end of the day. The basements, I go back to, we haven't sold a house since June in the carriage homes. And maybe people are waiting for basements because they know this process is public. They know they may be coming. But ultimately, we think it's going to help us market them. But on day one, we're not going to raise the price of the carriage homes. We haven't sold one since June. So that we have to kind of feel out what people are willing to pay for those homes. And at the end of the day, I think we landed on those plans because they have a primary bedroom on the first floor. And so like those are a desirable unit and there's storage in the upstairs. Our model's not even open yet. Like there's a lot of things that can contribute to why something isn't selling. But ultimately, we just don't know. We're hopeful. And then there's the unknowns of the water table. At the end of the day, the water table, what we've found in piezometer data is that it's at where it was when we went through the process originally. It hasn't changed. It's at the
18,
it's at the same elevation.
2018
Yeah.
was the first. Yeah.
It's at the same elevation in that area. And the difference is, and I explained this to the planning commission, was the site got raised a foot in that area from preliminary site plan to final engineering. And then at the time, and to your point, we on a large single family detached house in 2021, the toll standard was a 10-foot basement. And so I apologize that I do apologize for that. And I wasn't in a lot of those meetings.
No, yeah.
But at the time, that was our position, was a large single family detached home would have a 10-foot basement. And ultimately, we now have standard 9-foot basement, but we can offer an 8-foot basement in a townhome community. And so now that these units are townhomes, which we never really contemplated a shallower basement in a townhome at the time, we just went straight slab. But we can get that 1 foot of separation. We're confident in that. So I think that addresses most of it. The materials, the windows were just a mistake in the spec. We over-spec'd the windows at the time. And so we're trying to correct that. The windows that we spec'd are people generally don't want to buy. We're still going to offer them or the 400 series Anderson as an option for those people who do want to buy them. But the E series just isn't a window for this type of product. And our architect, Greg Presley, is here and can talk about that if we want to in more detail. So those are really the benefits to Toll. And ultimately, we thought the benefit to the city here was the reduction in density. It was the single family detached homes instead of townhomes. It was kind of what everybody wanted. We worked closely with the city because we thought it was better. We thought the plan was better. We thought it would help our absorption. We thought it would help us sell. And so we're here asking for it. 75,000. We heard what the planning commission said. We upped it to 100. We don't have a whole lot of flexibility to go a whole lot higher. We discussed it as a team earlier, and the highest we can go is 135,000. And we would ask that along the lines of what you recommended, Councilmember Krenz, is that we take the extra, whatever's over 100 that we've already proposed, and we do the rest on a per unit, basically paid at building permit. So that would be for the extra 35. So happy to answer any other questions. That's just our position today. And again, I'm not going to argue the financials.
That's not my, that's inside your house.
Yep.
That's right.
But I am standing here honestly saying that it is not a huge, it's not a windfall. It's just unknown at the end of the day.
Scott, appreciate that.
Yeah.
Greg or Keith, anything to add from Toll Brothers from your standpoint? Okay, good. Any other questions looking at
just a
that?
couple
Where
things.
coming from your map?
Just thank you, Toll, for coming.
Yep.
You are
Indeed.
building good stuff, and what you're proposing, I do think is an improvement. I've been on planning since 2019, and what you're getting at, I think is the right thing. So I absolutely agree with you. With regards to risk, the builder will accept the risk premium. That's why over the last 5 years, your EBIT's over 16%. You guys are smart. You guys know what you're doing. You do a really good job in your field. So I think that you know where you're gonna go. I'm not surprised that houses on slabs aren't selling. I mean, that's why I want you to have basements. I want you to sell out as fast as possible. That only helps all of us. So I want that product as good as I possibly can. And then I would say maybe there's a win-win in there in terms of, I think we can agree there'll be a base amount and then maybe a per home amount. If that's something that kind of de-risks you over time, not $35,000 isn't probably going to sink any quarterly statements. But if you have any, let's say water table thing as you find it, maybe we don't say, hey, everything up front, and you do find something in a specific site that something doesn't work, you probably shouldn't have to pay for it. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud where you can de-risk that a little bit and then go over time. I think if we think 100 down is the right number, I'm still not there on 135, although you do say, and I do completely agree with you that we do need more first floor primaries. I think the community's been screaming for it. I've been yelling for it since 2019. That's what we desperately need. So that's another win. So when we talk, let's say the non-cost, the non-quantifiable benefits, I'm willing to have a discussion walking down from the number I put down, notably, because there is benefits, but you guys are offering is a better product. So I guess I'll just defer to that, but that's my takeaway from Mr. Hanson.
Others? Barbara, anything else to
The
add?
last.
Okay. Anything? John?
Yeah, I mean, first off, the 100K I think should be upfront. I don't think we move from that. I agree that I'm not in love with the 35K. I understand what you're laying out, and I know that market dynamics are changing right now, and you guys are against a clock. So I recognize all of that. And as I noted, I do not argue basements, decks. I will add in first floor master because I agree that is something the community needs. So there are other benefits associated with this. But to me, I'm not willing to move on the 100K being deferred.
right.
I think that would be within the first 30 days.
I would agree too.
And then we can have a conversation on is 35K sufficient, or do we think that needs to be a higher number still as well?
So I will just say that I'm not anchored. And I think Councilmember Krenz has put together a reasonable calculation, for how to come to an assessment. If it needs to be less than the amount that you put in there, but I think I'm uncomfortable with something less than a couple 100,000 for sure. And I think it could easily be higher than that. I know you just said, it was 75, again, the anchoring, and then, it's 100. Oh, now we'll go to 135. I'm like, I just don't think that's having an analytical discussion about it. Now, I am intrigued and don't know how that would play into some of your concerns, because you don't know what the yield is going to be, in terms of the, is where there's a base amount, and then as units go in that have, for example, we're assuming, we know that there's going to be testing to make sure that you can put a basement in a site, and you won't be able to do it until you do. Does that make, right?
Yep.
So, there's might be some assumption in having that incremental as built, a base and then incremental as built would allow that, because some of the calculation that Councilmember Krebs has is assuming that these basements will be built, right?
That's right.
So if we back away from that and say, because it's not going to be like none of it can be, but it's going to be site specific, right? Of that, your measurements and the city's approval of what the measurements are telling you that it's okay. So I'm comfortable doing a base plus, because I hear what you're saying. You're saying a little different, because you're saying we don't know what it's going to sell for.
Yep.
But I'm saying I don't even know if you can build it with the basement.
Sure. Yep.
Which I think is, I think you're delivering a good product, and I think they'll sell. I don't know. So I have it off. So it seemed like now I know it's a minimal difference. You have the single family attached, and then you have the carriage homes, but the difference is where the garage door is, basically.
Front entry versus.
Yes, but it's essentially, I think, the same layout. And they seem to be selling like hotcakes over in the old farmer's market area and along there. Why? It seems like along the river park and that's the area that you're saying is not selling.
Correct. So we opened that,
It's a sort of just like, this doesn't make sense.
we opened the farmer's market in that model, I believe in May of 2025. And so that was open for essentially a year before the rest of the site was developed. So that was the only product we could offer at the time. So that's why you saw, and we saw the sales go really well, but now we have, I think it's 7.
You have multiple.
We have 7 remaining, well, we have 5 products total, but we have 7 remaining single family attached homes on the river, on like the track side of the site. And we've seen a big slowdown in that product since all the other products are open for sale.
So the variety.
So it gives people a lot more choice. So at first, their only option was that single family attached on the west side of Center Street.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, that was a by the way, but it was sort of, but it understands a
And
little
those are
bit
all
more of your
slab on
thinking.
grade units. So we didn't really have this concern until now we have a variety of units at a variety of different price points for people to choose.
So is that a sense of where I'm at? I'm not comfortable with the 135. But I am what would I call it? A way to incorporate your concern, meaning I don't want to assume that there's a value added to having a basement when it turns out that particular site couldn't get a basement because of the water table. So I'm just throwing that out there, that I'm uncomfortable with the 135, but I'm willing to talk, and it'd need to be fair amount higher. But I'd like to talk that through.
So as I hear all this again, we can back into a philosophy into your math of 275. You came with 75. I know everybody at Planning Commission, they went to that. They were looking for some public benefit, whatever that was. Absolutely, as I've heard too, $100,000 upfront for a public benefit for us to invest in whatever we need in the city, and maybe around that we're talked about the bridge and the dispatch of the water there. Got it. I would be open on a per unit basis, of a basement, getting to, you said 130, 132.5 is, the average. Is it 150? Is it 165? Is it, I don't know that number. Maybe we can get to our 275, but we didn't put all your negatives in there. Absolutely. I've heard it 3 or 4 times up here, 100 upfront and a per unit basis. Going,
Well,
we just have to,
And
what
my-
is that? What's the?
Well,
end
my,
result?
but my assumption, and like I said, Andrew has all the
Yep, the math going.
full math. I just have scribbles on what he was saying. But it seems like the per unit is the benefit, and the largest benefit is having a basement to the unit, right? So it is if they realize the basement, if that's making sense.
If we just did a Pareto on this and say the windows, the garage doors and the decking, there is benefit to them, but I don't think we need to be going and looking at what's option selected. I have no interest in that whatsoever. And just say, okay, that is a toll benefit. They overspec'd it. We'll show them grace tonight. However, I think we can very quickly pull together, let's say, at the very high level, the basements and the porch exclusion, which you have 33 possible basements and 24 possible porches. Right. That can be introduced. And those porches allow a notably larger home. Justin, stop me if I go wrong in terms of square foot, because you're not using that as part of the FAR. Is that correct?
I don't think so. It's not as much a FAR issue, and I'll let Justin.
Yeah, because
speak to it.
FAR is not the governing factor there.
It's a lot coverage
It's
issue.
a lot coverage.
So it's not always a bigger house. Sometimes it's a smaller house
It could be,
by square footage.
but maximum allowable could be, but you don't know what's gonna be sold.
We don't.
That's right.
We want to be able to put a 1.5 story cottage on certain lots, and we can't because it's a 1.5 story with a primary bedroom on the first
Gotcha.
floor.
Well,
and
you
it takes
can
up
for
so much space.
225 with some of us.
So I would agree with you. I don't want to get into putting a
Yeah,
price
I
on
won't do
each
that.
selected item within the house that. No,
Well, I mean,
can't
they
do
have
it.
to move forward.
To me, the obvious way to quantify the benefit would be, we've got a projected sale value now. If you're gonna sell at a higher price point and you tie that to realized sales and realized volume, then that becomes what we use to quantify the additional benefit. So you say 100K now, and if the prices are X% higher, do we try to tag it to that so that it's tied to a number of realized benefit
That's
to
keeping
both sides?
How about, yeah, and I'll make sure we don't spin out here, but I'll just put something out there. It's just another theory here, because I think we're all anchored in on the 100,000 as a base. So I think we're all.
Agreed. You're
And then there's the incrementals.
Well, you say 100. Well, it, as a base plus a whole lot more.
Right, right.
Okay, as long as we're in line.
There's gonna only be so much that they can probably approve in a short order before a build. So if we had, let's just anchor to that for us and just say that's 100. And then if we have 33 basements and 24 new porch exclusions, which theoretically the house can grow, notably so. So that's 57, let's say, benefits or opportunities that were given back to toll. So if I was gonna say that if you took the 275, I'm just spitballing here, we can have this discussion. They are doing a lot of the things we want, finally.
Mhm.
And there's the detached, there's the single family detached, the porches, basements, the primary bedrooms. Those are all good things. I'm willing to show some grace and say there's some benefit to that and knock that down. So then if I was gonna say, if we did a per house, and so you staple this onto each permit and say for every basement that you get, it's $2,500. And a basement can be a $60,000 benefit.
Wait, how many basements?
33.
The maximum that they're
33.
estimating,
That's
correct?
why I wanted to
Yeah.
risk them, because if they.
I just wanted to make sure I had the
They
right
can't
unit
handle
in my head.
And then the porch exclusion homes, which is 24. So if you said each one of those is about $2,500 at the time of permitting, I could probably support that. So if we did, and I don't think $5,000 on $1 million house is gonna be that much of a.
I'm not nitpicking, but I'm just trying to capture your logic here. You said 30, that's only 82.5.
No, so
I'm-
it's
I'm-
33 and 24,
Huh?
33 and 24.
Oh, the 57.
57 times 2,500 is 142. And then we have the 100 base, that's 242, which I could be aligned with if that's something we want to discuss.
Okay, yeah, but we've got the 100K base and then it would be plus.
Yes.
Give me the plus per
There is for every home they sell
maximum.
that we're allowing a basement, that's $2,500 stapled on. And
And
then,
when we say when we're allowing, then an abatement is approved.
It means they can do it, right? They,
Can I interrupt?
yeah, go.
You can, so you hear all of us. We're
Yeah.
getting back to you.
I'm just-
I truly appreciate the discussion, but I go back to 135, and I'm not a negotiator. I'm a development guy. I put pipe in the ground. That's what I do. I don't negotiate.
Where's the?
135 is the number. It's 0 or 135, unfortunately.
No, okay,
And we build the project that's approved.
okay.
so should someone come
Reduce the
back that
density.
can talk to us that, no, okay, just.
Well,
That
anyways,
is 100,000 with 35,000 on permitting. Is that what I heard you say earlier?
35 building permits after, yeah, and again, I go back to our calculations, like it's not a windfall. There's a lot of infrastructure that needs to get moved. There's just costs.
I got
There's
it.
costs and there's time. And unfortunately, that's the best we can do. And I wouldn't stand up here and go down a road that we wouldn't go down as a company.
Right.
And that's anything more than 135. We had that discussion and I apologize that we can't do more. I wish we could. I truly do. But I think at the end of the day, this plan is better than the plan that got approved. $135,000 is better than $0. But those are the two options and that's all I got. And again, I apologize. We put a lot of work in to try to make a plan really better.
I think this is pretty low because, just top level financials. I don't know how you walk down to that point. The question is going to be, are we willing to accept that with a theoretically better product? So I have to think about that. 'Cause I do think that's low. You guys make a ton of money. You do a great job.
And
You wouldn't be doing this if you weren't meeting your EBIT. Like,
And
you
it's
would
the-
not be approving projects when you have capital spends relative to every other project you have around the country.
And it's the balance of
So
benefits.
that's where I'm struggling because I do this for a living too. I just don't know how you would do this for something notably less than probably what your internal go, no-go water line debate is,
And what is your background to the 135? Why isn't it 150? Why isn't it 200? How did you back into 135?
We basically already backed into a break even number. So anything we continue to add on is just going negative for us with the assumption that we're already assuming we can sell the basements and do the base. Like we already have those assumptions built into our pro forma. And if I could share the pro forma with you all, I would, because I don't want to be the guy who people think I'm lying. Like,
No, we.
Trust you.
unfortunately,
We have a whole,
yeah, this is no
6,000
indictment on you.
people that are-
Just-
Yeah. You're
You're
good.
the messenger.
Yeah, you're the messenger. You got the short straw this week. Sorry.
and I
We
respect.
just don't like the message.
Yeah.
We're a big company. We're in many markets and ultimately the Michigan market has an average delivered price in the 700s and California markets deliver in the 1.5 million.
Right.
And so when you look at the company as a whole, it's not always reflective of what we do here. So it's difficult to dial that in.
I
We're
hate to
looking for a
bring it to
public
you, but
benefit fund
Yeah.
of 75, that 150 is a lot better in a public benefit than 130. I'm trying to understand where the 132, what's the 135, 150 is better for us to be going. I'm not saying that's agreeable here, but I'd like to know how you backed into 135, but you don't know.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
don't- I
you were
don't think
given. I
it's-
got it. I got it.
Ultimately, it was just a discussion between our team that we were authorized to go to 75.
Right.
We got 100 out of them and now we're sticking our basically necks out to 135 and hoping that we can get an approval internally to do that.
To keep
So
going.
one fair option would be, from this body's standpoint, is I think we could discuss tabling this since we presented our logic and methodology. We agree with the benefits that are being presented, but we don't think the amount of funds, the public benefit in terms of dollars is sufficient. And therefore give them, if they want to go back and try to come up with a better number, they can come back to us with that presentation or they can build what they've got now.
I say saying voting right now, move on from it. If they want to come back, they can.
was it, well, I mean, I would,
Can they still, I guess they could still come back with a different.
The motion to, are you saying 135 or 150?
I am very comfortable with what John just proposed,
Okay.
of tabling it. But if they want us to have a vote and they don't want,
I
think about it.
ultimately we'd prefer a vote. Again, this is time is of the essence here. And we stated that at both planning commission meetings. We've been upfront about it. We have at least 9 months of architecture development to get open on the sales floor with the new products.
Anything to add, Justin? I know you've been trying to raise your hand over there.
I just think from a land use standpoint, it was discussed at the planning commission, the city council discussed it tonight. I think everyone recognizes that the proposed plan is better than the originally approved plan. There have been other site plan changes approved at this project where that other developer wasn't required to give any public benefit, and they were major changes. So we are over budget on the pedestrian crossings by $80,000. The second roundabout is partially funded. There's almost $500,000 of engineering that needs to be done. There's a lot of work, as council knows, that we could put that to use. So I think it would be disappointing to not have a better plan or zero public benefit. This is in line with the master plan.
And there's a lot of discussion at planning commission and that 75. I know that wasn't arbitrary. It was a thoughtful decision, and we're looking at a little less than twice that here. And again, we don't have all the math to back that up, but we hear what you're saying. We appreciate what you're saying.
I think that number came from the planning commission had some discussions about potentially an ice rink or infrastructure for it. And we're saying that this is miscellaneous infrastructure that could be applied to unmet funds by city council. But that number for the ice rink infrastructure was about 140,000. And so I think that is potentially where some of these numbers were coming from. If they had offered 75, and if Hunter Pasteur came in for a future amendment related to basements, which I believe they're coming forward.
Right.
Maybe they are going to be asked for a public benefit. So I believe that is where.
See, Justin, you touched on something here is I laid out what I thought was a precedent that we've agreed to. We're going to set a much lower precedent with HP watching tonight.
Well, I think every benefit or every project has to have a benefit that's commensurate with their flexibility that's being provided. Hunter Pasteur is going to come in and ask for 6 basements. So they're asking for 33. So every request is just different,
No, but they're watching us negotiate in real time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue.
And just to be fair, related to what I've heard from, in terms of the ask from Hunter Pasteur, it's more than 6 basements. They're changing elevations. There's much more going on. So I don't think we want to open up.
Yeah, I don't want to have that.
I don't want
to. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah. Oh, yep.
And so whatever we set here becomes the threshold for them. That's my worry.
I think this site plan, there's some benefit to it.
Yeah, I'm going to weigh in as well. Since I've been here, there's been a discussion about the downs being too heavy in terms of townhouses. That's been repeated over and over. And now we have the developer coming in with a change that they think makes it more marketable. And I do think that they have kind of gone and sharpened their pencils. They started at 75. First, they started at nothing, and then they started at 75, and then they got to 135. As Justin mentioned, there's a number of costs for construction of amenities around the development that benefit the whole community. These pedestrian crosswalks are a tremendous safety and pedestrian improvement, and that's something that the city needs more money for. So I think saying no to a thing and then having no additional funds for these projects, it really just hurts the taxpayer in the long run. The pedestrian improvements are a great amenity for everybody, walkability, but all of these infrastructure projects are expensive, and they're going to serve the community for many, many years to come. If we are able to accomplish the second roundabout, the mayor was great at getting the construction costs for the second roundabout, which would be a great improvement for an intersection that is a bad improvement. We all know that. It's a bad intersection, but there is engineering costs. So I do think that there's a balance here, and we're seem like we're kind of close to something here. And I would hate to have it just walk away and then we say, maybe the houses were, everyone seems to want the houses. So I just think that we're probably not that far from it, and I'd hate to see it fall apart.
And I got a point of clarification for something George just said, and it's a distinction with a difference. I know I've had to mention it many times. the infrastructure work, the pedestrian crossings, the improvements at 7 Mile Northville Road and many other that are traffic-related infrastructure improvements are not part of the public benefit. That's very clear in the PUD agreement. Those are improvements that were required because of the traffic impact study and how it was going to change traffic patterns, pedestrian patterns. So not that they're not important. You're right, George, they're extremely important, but let's not confuse that that was part of the public benefit. It was not. The public benefit was other things that were enumerated in that PUD agreement that came to us from Planning Commission and we approved. So it is a distinction with a difference.
And I think that is correct, but the development agreement only required a certain amount of money for those pedestrian improvements.
Which is why I voted no, because it was supposed to be a proportional share the way it was agreed in November 2022, and then they didn't carry through. But I rest my case on that.
Any final words from Go Brothers? You gave it.
No, I just want to thank you for your consideration. Ultimately, we want the project to be as successful as possible. I think we're all aligned in that goal. So it would just be thankful for your consideration tonight. And if 135 works, then let's move forward. If not, we're still going to build a beautiful project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So who would like to craft a motion?
Me, no.
Again, with the $100,000 up front, whether it's you're going per basement, I mean, what I've heard, 100,000, I think we've all agreed is a lump sum up front. Whether they get to that $35,000 through building basements, permitting it, what have you.
So she's saying.
So 135 up front. So you would commit to that up front.
So that would be the adjustment to the motion would be recognizing that that is a change in item 424. No, I'm sorry, item 5.
You have it in your package.
It's amending the contribution on, it's page 4.
There would be two places in the development agreement
another
that would
one?
need to be amended. It would be a recital that references, recital J.
Oh, it
references
does as
the
well? Okay.
Benefit, and then section 5.
Yeah, the one I just mentioned. So what's the recital?
Recital J,
Okay.
and then section 5.
It's on page 2,
Councilmember Morosky Brown mentioned.
the bottom of page 2.
Bottom of page 2 of the development agreement.
So we will do a roll call vote after we come up with this 135 upfront, not individually by permit that comes out. And if not, you are ready to go back and just build the way you initially set without public benefit.
Or they could hear our vote and maybe think about it. So
I think they want to move.
But I hear what you're saying.
I'm just saying it's an option for them. I'm not.
So we will do a roll call vote on this once we get who wants to do it. You have a motion in there. I will ask one of you to go to the 135 upfront public benefit, which will go to an area not specific to one thing or another. Public benefits,
It's fungible.
Right.
Fungible.
Right. So you have that in there. I'm sure don't do the motion on that. Anybody like to go to the 135? If we.
I don't know, I could have discussion and say, we recommend tabling it and going back and say, we set a minimum that's not there. I mean, but we have to risk losing the benefit. If we think that if we're in a corner on this, are we willing to give that up? Say, this is our minimum and then refer it back. Because we developed a method, the method says this. This is what we've perpetually agreed to through the entirety of the development agreement, so this should come as no surprise. we could do that too, but council's got to decide if they're willing to lose the 135.
Fine.
Well, yeah, it would be,
I'm comfortable tabling it, and I will not put forward a motion.
I just want to, maybe that's the discussion.
I'm right with you, Barbara.
And I introduced the concept of tabling it. I think the fact that none of us want to make the motion makes it pretty clear that we're
Yep.
not happy with.
If I'm trying to pull
What's
that
on the
motion, if we
table.
want it, we will not, sounds like we are not ready for a motion tonight. We will look,
Well, we
very
do need a
quickly.
motion to table
we do need a motion to
until
go
a further
forward that
date
way.
or a date to be
I
determined.
think they requested action, so
Well, but
You like.
But he can't force us to put forward a motion.
Yeah.
when's our next
to vote
meeting?
no.
The 29th of this month.
We don't have
Yeah.
to put forward a motion.
So the 29th of this month is the next meeting. So we could table it till the 29th.
That's
know you want-
August 31st, Mayor.
Oh,
31st.
but I said 31st.
At their option, they don't have to bring.
I would
Right.
put on the record that, I put out my method. I think it's fair. I think they are introducing a lot of public benefit. I'm willing to walk down from that.
Mhm.
I think some minimum down and then some minimum per unit. I proposed about 2,000 per unit on basements and porches. It's just giving them a ballpark. I can't imagine a scenario where a company this good won't be able to absorb $4,000 per unit, and we'll just have to see, but we also have to be comfortable with them walking away.
What? They just said that that's it.
Well,
Well, they can not come back.
but that's a negotiation
Okay,
tactic.
all right.
Like, that is an option that if we table it, then they decide that if this is a deal breaker.
And
It's
then they could go back and say, this is where we're at
Correct.
in 2 weeks, or it's
31st or not
31st.
come back and you
It's 2
build
weeks
the
from
way.
today. It's not the end.
That's.
So do we
that's the
need to do it date certain? We give that, then it gives them the flex. But I don't know what.
Well.
I would commit to the
By
30.
Okay,
I-
well, I just wanted to say.
Next meeting, we're not gonna delay this out. 31st is the next meeting, which I thought was the 29th, of course.
Of course.
Motion to table until August 31st.
I have that motion, I have support, any other discussion?
I had it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. We will look, Justin will be working with you if you want to come back on the 31st. Otherwise, we understand where you have to go with this. Thank you for your time, your
Thank
energy.
you, guys. I appreciate it.
And
I know this is.
everything you've done on this. Thank you. Justin, you stay right there. You have some different first readings and zone ordinances. We are now on section C. First one, yep, we already went one online. Consideration for the first reading and introduction of the then for chapter 40.
Which one are we on?
Historic
Which
district.
was the
Developers.
first?
The Historic District Commission recently updated its staff approval list to expand the number of minor work items that can be reviewed and approved administratively. The intent behind that was to reduce the burden on applicants for routine or minor work in the Historic District that may not need to rise to the level of going before the Historic District Commission. The current ordinance does allow the building inspector to approve 3 minor classes of work. The 3 minor classes of work previously adopted by the HDC. The proposed amendment would shift that authority to the Community Development Director. It would exempt certain landscaping requirements from even needing a certificate of appropriateness, and that's defined or outlined in your ordinance. And for your reference, we included the HDC minutes from when they recommended approval of this this ordinance amendment to council, and then just for your reference, their updated list that they adopted for staff approvals. The HDC did unanimously recommend approval of this ordinance to council.
Justin, what if I told you I had a business model I also put together for this one too, that we can.
Shut it.
Just kidding.
I'll make a motion to remove you.
Yeah. Do you have a second to that? No, go right ahead. Clarifying questions,
So-
things you want to ask them.
Well,
Anything?
I actually, because I got a call today with a question and I referred them to you, but this will help. So one of the adopted list of standards, because I couldn't remember it, was installation, replacement, walkways, patios, driveways, blah, blah, blah. If they're doing the same area, replacing a driveway, but they're going from one material to an next, like from asphalt to concrete, for example, do they need approval for that? I mean, they need approval, but they need to full application.
Could you approve that?
That's what,
It would be administrative approval.
that's
Your
what I was
approval
hopeful
without
for them. I said you would know, and this actually answered my
Good.
question because I had the full list right in front of me.
Received a similar email.
I talked to her again today.
So that speeds up the system. That's your internal.
I will let her know.
Okay.
But I think her builder was calling, so, or her contractor, so.
Other clarifying questions?
Sorry, that was,
I worked with this one.
Great.
Streamline the approval for minor work in the historic district,
Yep.
unanimously supported by HDC. This seems like a slam dunk.
Absolutely.
it is, and they've really been looking at this each year.
They
Which
have.
is good, they've been like, because they'll start seeing patterns even within applications that they're like, oh, can we do this? So I really applaud them for identifying things and then Justin
This is
working towards
first
it.
reading though. When will this go into
Yep.
effect?
So we have a motion for first reading. You come back for the second reading and then.
This August 31st will be your second reading and adoption. And then once we publish it, we have to publish it in the newspaper and then with 10 days after adoption and publication, it'll be effective.
Thank you.
Mid-September.
Mid-September, but is the thing about item 10 on this, the list of, was that already existing or is that new? That's the installation of walkways, patios, driveways.
That's new.
Oh, that is the new one.
That is,
Okay.
yep.
That's why I was remembering.
And I should say so the new list is already in effect. What would be new in the ordinance is the community development director administering the ordinance over the building inspector.
Okay. I got you. You understand.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
Yeah, that's the difference. Is there any comments from those in the public tonight on this?
We already have, I should say, approved a few of these administratively.
Okay. Good.
It was easy, but you're not always that easy.
I know.
I did ask somebody for some more information.
That was benefit.
So now
Other information.
we are in the midst of reviewing all of our policies and procedures, all the amendments. Some of these are 100 years old, some are 50 years old. We thank you very much. We try to get 3 or 4 every month. Thank you for your work. And, the planning commission is going through them and others. So thank you for that. Anybody that has comments on this in the audience? I don't think so. Anybody online with their hand up? I don't think so. Okay. So with that, I'm looking for a motion to go forward. Is that correct? Yes.
Right. I
Go right
move to
ahead.
introduce for first reading an ordinance to amend chapter 42, article 2, section 42-75, parens 5 of the Code of Ordinances with the second reading and adoption scheduled for the next meeting.
So I have a motion. Do we have support for that motion?
Support?
Support. Any other discussion on this motion? I think we can do this. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Good. That's your first one. Go to the next one.
This is a zoning ordinance amendment that was unanimously recommended by the planning commission to update the standard or to clarify the standard, the attached garage front facade setback. Currently, the ordinance defines that the garage that faces the street or that's attached to the house has to be 4 feet behind the front facade of the front exterior wall. And that has caused some confusion recently, or it's been up for interpretation by some builders. And so it was recommended to clarify the ordinance to 1, define what a facade is, and then 2, specify that the requirement for the recession of the garage is 4 feet behind all portions of the front facade. So if you have a bay window or some other projection off the front building line, you don't measure from that. You take the whole front facade and put the garage 4 feet behind it. So this is not to create a new standard. It's to clarify the application of the ordinance as it's currently written.
Sure. So any clarifying questions for Justin?
Can you speak to, just put it out there, probably understand, for, in this case, a side load versus a front load garage on this? Because they're 2 different architectural executions.
Right. So the side loaded garage would have to meet the same standard. So whatever the part of the dwelling is, the side loaded garage would be 4 feet behind that, which is different than a rear loaded garage where you go all the way around the building.
Yeah, where I struggled with this, Justin, was, it was good work, but I think architecturally, if I'm standing on the sidewalk, there's a difference between a front load garage and a side and a rear, but we're treating them the same. And I just struggle with that because the goal here is to offset and set back some of the massing of the garage. But if it looks like an extension of the house, then, you know, it's sort of invisible in that sense. So that's what I was struggling with on this one.
I concur.
So.
Yeah.
Like if I have fenestration on that front face, it looks like a part of the house.
Yeah, I know the planning commission did talk about, on a related amendment, that didn't move ahead, about windows or some different architectural details on the garage and, you know, what that would look like compared to the rest of the front facade, but I believe a majority of the commissioners said a garage is a garage, whether it's facing the side or facing the street, when it was related to front porches. And so this is.
Yeah, and
This is where
where the
that's
struggle would be is if you're looking at something on a wide lot and you can do the side or rear load. The goal here in the community is not to have a suburban execution with a front load garage door. Nobody wants that to be prominent. And I'm really struggling with the fact that planning came to the conclusion that they are the same when they clearly are not in terms of what it looks like.
Well, it could look different if the garage is side loaded and it projects all the way in front of the dwelling. So in the case that potentially, I think if I'm understanding it correctly, the garage, if it's a 24 or 22-foot wide garage, if it's side loaded, it could be entirely in front of the house, which I don't believe is the intent of the
I
ordinance.
mean, it can be within the front. That's why I'm saying on a wide lot. That wouldn't have to be the case.
It wouldn't have to be, but somebody could choose to do that.
Unless you don't allow complete projection of that front face forward. If it's within a foot or two. And I know I'm getting into rewriting this and I don't want to do that, but I would say your case would be extreme. But if I have a house with a setback at 25 feet and the side load garage is at 25 feet, I'm not sure I see what the problem is on a side or rear load. I'm struggling with that one. Everything else is great, but I just can't get there on that part. And I'm not one to try to overrule planning because they are very.
I know, they spent a lot of time.
They've
This is
given a lot of
unanimous at planning, is that correct?
They've given this a lot of thought, and I think
It is.
they didn't totally disagree when you talked about, you know, part of the issues, and that was
They talked to
a
it.
different topic, but they didn't want it to be your
Is it
priority.
unanimous at planning?
This ordinance was a unanimous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they did talk, have
Yes.
quite a bit of discussion.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a first reading, so the
It is
other
first
option
reading. We
is-
have a chance to come back, look at that.
Yes,
Yep.
given it's a first reading,
yeah,
you
and
could go back to Donna and have a conversation and say, hey, this concern was raised. How do you, what do you think is the view from the planning commission before we come into our second, and then have that conversation with additional insights from
Make sure you tell them
planning
it's
commission
Andrew.
members.
and I think with, just to
They know.
punctuate
They know.
what Councilmember Kren was saying is, and then the feedback from Justin is, I think having it behind the front facade is accomplished. This is putting it further back. And that is a different thing than allowing it to be wholly in front.
Yep.
So there's no disagreement on that. It's that there's this overall of, the goal of having ordinances about garages is because we don't want that front load 2-car garage way pulled to the front, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
And
we're
that
trying to
is
solve.
what, right, and
Yes.
so, yeah, it's still giving builders flexibility without losing that goal, but yeah. So I don't-
So on some level, Justin, I'm really tossing and turning on this one. I might be a no in its current form just because we gotta be keen with the problem we're trying to solve here. And I don't know if that's fully connected.
But would you like to go forward and him to talk to
Yeah, I would
Donna
go
between now and
forward
then?
the first
I am
reading.
fully supportive to go forward on the first reading here. And let's see where it comes back on the second, and we can have that discussion this way.
And I'm saying I concur, but I think what you're talking about is under that J, is attached garages shall be at least 4 feet. Is there, what part of that?
Yeah, it's the 4 feet requirement on the setback. Like if they just said if attached garage walks up to the front build line, as long as it's a side or rear load, then I would be fine.
What was their thinking, Justin?
It's counter to, I believe, the what they see as the goals architecturally in a single family neighborhood.
So if he's going to have
Look and feel.
a conversation with planning commission or the chair of the planning commission, one thing is if I'm hearing you correctly, is when it says at least 4 feet, it would be behind the front
Build line. Yep.
facade. So that language, so that'd be one. And the other is you wanted something where this is related to only a front load garage and not a side. How did you
I
want
would
to?
split this because the problem we're trying to solve is the preeminence of garage doors. Like, we do not want that in this community.
Mm-hmm.
It's architecturally, a front load I think, should run under a different set of setback rules versus a side or rear. That's, I would ask for if they can split that, maybe, or if they'd be willing to have a discussion if it's side or rear load, that you bring it back to the front build line.
So the only thing you're thinking that you're uncomfortable with is related to the 4 feet
Yeah,
behind all
it's-
portions for this one, just
It's not
leave it.
solving any problem here, I don't.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
not clear to me. And you, like I said, usually they do exceptional work. This one, from the beginning, I just I couldn't get there.
And I think the real problem they were trying to solve, because I remember the applicant and wasn't there an appeal on that as well?
Yep.
Or a different I think it was the interpretation. Was that it? Am I remembering that right?
It was I think we discussed it, but it wasn't before.
Yeah, it
that.
was-
Oh, okay, yeah, and it was, so just that difference between, about having that of the front exterior wall and versus front facade clears up misunderstandings that a builder might have. So even that, so it still cleans up what you were trying to what they were trying to accomplish.
I am fully supportive to go forward and we'll look for that between now and the next one. Maybe you with Donna and Justin, if we want to modify that, and then we can have this discussion if it is cleaned up on the next one. I don't want to hold it up from all the work they did on this.
No, and it's,
And we'll do a roll call vote.
And
you
to
know,
me,
if
that's a
you feel
separate
strong.
amendment. Like this amendment could still move forward and they could
Right.
continue to work on that item.
Right.
Because it may
You'll
not
come
fall
back
under the
as-
section J.
Is this something
Work
they
on that.
could,
no.
evaluate and address before the second reading?
No.
no, I'm only talking about the 4 feet.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
seeing the issue at large. I think that this ordinance
Yeah, but-
amendment still solves
Separate
a
one.
problem.
Yes.
But the item that you're discussing, I think could be addressed in a different
Another one.
amendment, whether it's to this section J or a different
Oh.
Are you comfortable with
subsection.
that?
I'm comfortable with that. I think
Okay.
my objection's noted. I
Okay.
think we,
Yeah, so your only
Duly
focus,
noted.
your focus of your concern is on the 4 feet,
yes,
Yeah.
on a side.
just as a messaging.
Yeah. Do you concur?
Mhm.
Okay.
And ultimately, this is council's ordinance, so we can take any direction and incorporate it.
No, I support the approach of moving forward, but Councilman Krenz, I think it'd be good for you to have a conversation with you as the liaison.
With planning
To
commission.
relay the feedback
Maybe
and
it's
see
another
whether it's a follow-on amendment and how we can get that into the sequence to get.
Justin, let's get.
Fully agree. Let's move on. So are you going to?
I
that
guess I
motion?
misspoke. They do meet tomorrow night. This isn't on the agenda,
Okay.
but I will let them know and the
They can have
liaison
that
will be
discussion.
there as well.
Liaison will be there, but if you want to set the table and I can.
Okay, that'd be
fill in
good.
blanks.
I thought.
So do we need, public comment? We can go to
Yeah.
motion.
We do. Well, so you heard that. Any public comment on this one? Heard us rally this around.
I think we lost everybody.
Okay. Anybody online with their hand up? No, I'm sure there was some. Okay. So I'm looking for a motion to go forward on this.
Move to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending section 18.26J of the zoning ordinance relating to the attached garage from front facade setback requirement with the second reading and adoption scheduled for the next meeting.
Do we have a motion? Do we have support for that motion?
I'll support.
We have support. Any other discussion on this motion? You know your job for tomorrow night here. I think we can do this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Good. You got that going forward then. So you have one more, don't you? So
Zoning Palooza.
we will go from impervious surface coverage. Tell us a little bit about that, Justin.
So this is an ordinance amendment that the planning commission has worked on for over a year now. And it stems from concerns that residents have brought forward, not only to the planning commission, but to city council about essentially overbuilding, infill on small lots. And how do you address that? Floor area ratio is regulating the bulk of the building on a property. Lot coverage is regulating the footprint of buildings on a property, but there's nothing in the ordinance that talks about hardscape or impervious surfaces. And that is, what is preventing stormwater from ultimately getting into the ground or getting to the city storm sewer system. And so Planning Commission put together an ad hoc committee of 2 of its members and 2 community members. They studied the issue and whether or not there was a need for an ordinance amendment. That ad hoc committee made findings in a report to the Planning Commission last summer. Planning Commission then referred the matter to staff to begin developing or further developing the possible ordinance amendment. We continued to work with a couple of the planning commissioners to figure out what those percentage levels are for impervious surface coverage, and it's a graduated standard that's inversely proportional to lot area. So as lot size increases, the amount of impervious surface coverage allowed on a lot decreases. The Planning Commission also received some assistance from Robert Miller at M Architects. He volunteered his time and his firm's resources to put together some test fits on various lots. And we looked at a number of them at the Planning Commission and how the proposed impervious surface coverage would affect those lots. Could somebody still build a house with the driveway and have a patio or whatever other impervious surfaces that may come along with developing a single family lot? Did work. It wasn't overly burdensome. And then something that didn't get discussed a lot at the Planning Commission, but I think further supports the proposed ordinance. Both the Oakland County Hazard Mitigation Plan and the Wayne County Hazard Mitigation Plan talk about the city addressing its impervious surface coverage, both that we have a lot for a city of our size and we have some outdated infrastructure. And so any natural infiltration of stormwater into pervious surface is better than running to our storm sewer system. And so this ordinance is responsive to both of those hazard mitigation plans. I'm not going to run through the entire ordinance. It is very extensive. It does regulate, like I said, impervious surfaces, which could be a driveway, a patio. It could be a sports court that's proposed to be introduced to this ordinance as well. They're not currently allowed. They would be allowed as a special land use under certain conditions on a case-by-case basis. So it's creating some flexibility around that use where there is none now. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Clarifying questions.
Just clarifying for you, this is another good one. So there is a lot of new technology on surfaces that are going on people's yards. There's some houses now with artificial turf, for example. Could you just speak to that briefly and how that's incorporated in here?
The ordinance specifically calls out artificial turf as a surface that is allowable if they can demonstrate that it's pervious, whether it's artificial turf or any other system. They can demonstrate to staff through third-party documentation we can allow it as a pervious surface. It gives the staff the administrative flexibility to review emerging technologies. So we give some examples. It's not an exhaustive list of what's a pervious surface, what's impervious.
So they're always creating.
Right.
And that's what I was going to get to, is creating lists here is a hopeless activity because there's new surfaces being developed all the time that you do have the ability to provide your judgment and engineering judgment at a system level on some of this, correct?
We do. That's built into the ordinance.
Yes, correct. I just want to make sure that that's out and understood. Okay, thanks, Justin.
I did have a resident reach out with a concern of if you've already been approved and you're in the middle of construction but have not completed, I'm assuming that you would be grandfathered past this.
Anything that's permitted is going to be continue to be permitted.
It'll be all new permits going forward after the approved date.
Anything after the effective date, after adoption, would fall under the ordinance.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's consistent with what we've done.
Yeah, and you mentioned about, Oakland and Wayne County wanting this, both, our Riverwalk Task Force and sustainability has really had this as one of their areas of concern, that we need to better manage our stormwater runoff into our water system. And that's the first, so that it segues into a whole lot, as you had mentioned. But the other is, this will help neighboring properties. That, stormwater runoff, and you've addressed this with other ways too, is not allowing that elevation grade change, but there's other pieces of this, but this will help. So planning commission worked a long time, and that the subgroup that worked together, they would come back and they'd get feedback and discussion, then they'd go. It was a lot, very informative, but I don't have anything here. I know everything was thoughtfully put together, so.
As you
After a
said,
lot of
over a
work.
year in
Yeah.
the making.
I don't mean that to infer that they're not thoughtful about others, but I meant this one was
This was
very
deliberate,
dense and
very
yes,
deliberate. Yep.
very, very
Deliberative and
difficult.
engages.
Yeah, this is good work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So with that, anybody in the audience on impervious surfaces, going once, going twice? Anybody online? Okay. So with that,
I'll make a
I'm going to go
motion.
forward with that motion.
Mayor, I move to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending Articles 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, and 26. Feels like Keno night of the zoning ordinance related to impervious surface coverage standards with the second reading and adoption scheduled for the next meeting.
And that's why it took a year. Great. So we have a motion. Do we have support for this motion? We have support. Any other discussion on this motion?
Nope.
Think we can do this? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Good.
Thanks, Justin.
So
Thank you.
thanks for bringing these forward.
Thank you.
So now we will go to F on the new business. Are you or Wendy or who is going to start this off, or Justin?
Yes, so this is actually just a bit of a team effort. Many hands from staff went to the preparation of this. So in background, the Board and Commission Selection Committee policy and procedure was brought to council on July 20th. At that point, council decided not to have a discussion and decided to defer it. We also provided council with an opportunity based on that discussion. We emailed the documents in a Word format to see if council had any preference to be able to make edits and changes to the policies at that point, so we could have various policies. At this point, no one had taken us up on that. So there were some comments received from Barbara Morosky Brown on Thursday, but we received no additional modifications to the ordinance. So at this point, staff is proposing their recommended ordinance, the ordinance we provided to council. And we think it provides a reasonable way forward of documenting the current process so that we have clarity moving forward.
And this
With that, Wendy and Justin are available to walk through it briefly and answer questions.
And I hear, being around here, is over 100 hours. I mean, you had the dream team on it and you had Sandy and people that were before. We were trying to document what's there. This is no change. You're not trying to change what's out there. Everybody is kind of interested in this, whether it's SEMCOG or the Michigan Municipal League. Dan Gilmartin is here tomorrow. It's unbelievable that there is no policy and procedure in just about any municipality. It's very unique. Conference of Western Wayne, they would like to see this when it's done too. You know, we'll see if it's done here tonight, but I thank you and Justin and all, here that put the work in. And I know you as a boss. We are not changing any policy and procedure. Is that correct, Justin? You went through everything that was there. I think there was a question even online. There's nothing that's changed online. Once we do something and we approve it or not, then you'll catch up on anything that's online. Is that correct? Because I heard that from a couple people, online might be a little bit different. Once we approve or not approve, you will change everything online to be consistent. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
we would update the website based on the procedure that we have in place.
Okay.
It's fair to say that update would be the resident facing part of the document. And then a link to everything else.
Yeah, we'd have to do some sort of a summary, the summary on there now.
Part that's related to their.
Yep, exactly. And then do a link to the full document.
And
Go right ahead, please.
so, first is that normally I would do like technical scribble edits because there were plenty of those and that would happen in a document like this. I didn't do it because there was such fundamental flaws in the underlying assumptions of this. I'm not going to go and edit a document that I think is fundamentally flawed. It's a working document and that's all it is. So, this is a bit like of a house of cards. It is absolutely incorrect to say that this is documenting current practices. Certainly some things in it are current practices. But what I laid out, and I had to wait and see because I didn't know if there was going to be information in there or feedback in the packet, that would show me that there's some recognition and some tweaking. So I'm going to walk through what I consider substantive changes to what is current practice. and I know what current practice is. Okay?
So we'd like.
But no, I'm going through the list
okay.
and then
I
right.
thought we would do amendments on anything on that and change it, but
Well,
go right ahead.
Well, it would have to be a work group to do the changes because
Okay.
you can't, like, if
Fair.
there's repetition and redundancies, it's said one place and another. So
Continue.
so I'm going to say, this is what I see as a significant substantive level where it's different than current practice. One, and I'll go back to an outstanding question. One is there's sweeping new mayoral authority proposed in here. The primary being that the mayor is automatically a part of this and Mayor Pro Tem. It has never been done like this. As Brian knows, back in 2021, I was very supportive that I think the mayor should be considered for this and throw their hat in. But it certainly was never required and it shouldn't be now.
Where is that?
Okay, so this is the document. I'm just going through the bullet list.
But are you on sorry, I'm looking at the new policy and procedures.
It's page 5.
Okay, I'm just trying to map
What are you trying to map?
your comments to the document.
Okay, so I will go, well, you can go through the one I just gave to you. So if you want to,
So that doesn't, section 5 though, doesn't reference the mayor pro tem. It just says the mayor or their designee.
okay,
No, that's
so
appointed by the mayor.
we can go through this. City administrations, I'm going to just call it draft. States in section 5, boards and commissions, that this committee is established by the city consisting of the mayor or their designee and one council member appointed by the mayor with city approval for the purpose, blah, blah, blah. And then it also says shall consist of the mayor. There's someplace else. Again, there's a lot of repeated. The whole thing is that this is a new mayoral appointment authority, both in them being automatically on it and then having choose a choice of their designee. This was operated as a standing committee under charter. Standing committees. It's just always been that it was appointed by council. Council agreed. I don't mind that it even be worded that the mayor be given preference, if he wants to be on it. But it isn't automatic and it isn't, this is just sweeping new mayoral control. And I have an outstanding on him because what's asserted, and I don't know if you want me to go into, just digress to that. But
just to clarify.
That is completely new authority.
I'm just trying to track the updates because I actually agree with you. So I just wanted to point out that it doesn't say the mayor or the mayor pro tem, because I know there was a question about the website. That has not been the practice. I do think we haven't had a policy.
It is on the website that it says mayor.
And that's what I'm saying. Well, I said a month ago, the website was wrong. And I stand by that. What I'm pointing out is
What's wrong?
the website is incorrect.
That it says,
The mayor and the mayor pro tem are on selections.
yeah, and
That is
not
correct.
right.
And
But it was still like that
I'm
this
totally
week.
trying to agree with you.
Okay, but I mean, it's still like that. That's what I'm saying. So,
And that's why I think we have to have a documented policy. And you've been on for 4.5 years. I've been on for 2 months. I don't personally want to be operating on a selections committee without a documented policy. I think we have to get this resolved.
I'm not
It has
opposed to that.
been-
I've been trying to get a policy done for 7 months.
Gotten very frustrating from that standpoint. But where I was pointing, I would actually agree where we say on the board and selection committee, the committee shall consist of, I think you do have to have the mayor designee, because there are specific positions that require appointment from the mayor.
Not many, you know that.
I understand, but there are some, so you have to have that within. And then the one city council member, and then I would agree with a statement that says that needs to be approved by city council. And you just leave it at that. And so you could then say that it needs to be proposed. You can have it be, the mayor wants to make the initial motion and then it's approved by city council. I would support that edit within it. But to me, that's a simple change.
So it'd be the mayor or what you're proposing, it'd be the mayor or their designee and one other council member, but that other council member is chosen by council, not the mayor.
Well, I think
Quorum.
No, you don't, well, actually, it's kind of
council
weird.
would need to approve the recommended members.
Yeah. So,
The two recommend.
so what you're proposing is that it automatically be the mayor or their designee,
Yes.
and then
And then one other city council member.
one other city council member, but that council member is decided by council, not the mayor.
Well, I
Is
would
that-
say that both the recommendations would have to be approved by city council. So no different than what we've
Oh,
done
yes, but
previously.
which is different than saying the mayor would nominate another council member to be the second person. It would be council that does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'd be comfortable
If I
with that.
could
And I
interrupt.
appreciate your
Go right
recognizing.
ahead.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to disagree with you,
But I want to say I appreciate
Yeah.
your recognizing that that was not the practice in the past.
Yeah.
So, because it's sort of like, hair on fire, because it's like, that's not the communication I was getting from George today, but anyway. So,
Okay, if I could
be on it.
interrupt for 1 minute, I'd like to put a little bit of structure around this before we go too far with the discussion. First, I wanted to share that this was put together by a staff team, which you all know, the finance director, the community development director, the clerk, the director of strategic planning, which is myself, and the city manager administrative assistant. And we also looked at, are there existing, could we find similar things in similar communities? And the mayor is absolutely right. We did not find documents that we could pull from. Actually, the city of Mason is one of the few places that had one. And so we did look at that. But in the end, what this policy is, it isn't, or the draft policy, it isn't a statement of exactly what is happening. What we did is we took all of our experiences and we outlined what is happening, what has potentially happened in the past, what it makes sense to happen moving forward. And that this pulls all of those things together. So is it perfect? Absolutely not. It's an extensive document. And so there is potentially places where there are some conflicts, but a couple of key things that this document does that we felt were important in moving you as a body forward in this process. And that is this document, first, it lays out roles and responsibilities of key players. And I think Councilmember Morosky Brown has indicated she has some discomfort with some of those roles and responsibilities of key players, but no document has existed that said those things before. So in this document, it says the clerk will do this, the mayor does that, the council does this, so staff does that, and so it helps define that, which from our standpoint is key. Another thing is it talks about who the appointing authority is for each of the different boards and commissions, because that varies. And that list is in the document, and that information was gleaned from looking at state enabling legislation or statutes. We looked at our local ordinances. And so this list that's in here there's documentation that indicates where that information came from in terms of the appointing authority. There is a couple of.
You acknowledge that I sent, because it's a third of them, I'm only a third of them are correct. 63% are wrong. I had sent that table in and I went to every appointing authority. So we just need to correct it. But
Did a review and we have the documents. I think there was one error where it said I appoint something where it's actually council, and there's one error where the mayor, we said it's a council appointment, it's actually mayoral. So we found actually it's almost all right, and you said it was all wrong. I think we have a disconnect. in
right,
that.
well, so I'm
And-
happy to go over
We
it.
can go through
Now,
it.
we don't need to do it tonight, but
I think,
I know what I'm looking up, George.
I think we need to propose that, if council wants to start making appointments, I think it's important to move this forward as a process, and we haven't had a process in 35 years. I don't see why we would not want to put a process in place that is sort of well-researched and gives guidance on how to do it, because I don't know how we do appointments without a process at this point.
So I am not, so first is that the past 20 years of appointments plus have not been done illegally, improperly, or inappropriately. So not that we need a process. That's not what I'm disagreeing. I'm focusing on the substantive differences here, not little stuff. This is big stuff. So, but related to that, George, this is our not passing this, whether it was a month ago or tonight, because we tabled it to tonight, that does not hold up the appointment process at all. Because I've been through 14 of these cycles each time with multiple, there's been nothing inappropriate. So I don't know what's holding up, for example, the planning commission appointments. We have a process in place. I agree, we need to document it. Thank goodness. But so that, no disagreement. I mean, what better than to have everybody's on the same song sheet, right? But it's not, it doesn't hold up an appointment. It just does not. Now, there's other things here that I have substantive differences on. Do we want to go through those? I mean, that are major.
Let Wendy finish.
Oh, okay.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
I did have a couple
Then you
other
can go.
things to point out in terms of what, from a standpoint of implementation, we feel is beneficial with this policy. It also outlines eligibility requirements. So we know who is applying and who is eligible. It talks about the reappointment and recruitment process, how those are handled. It establishes an annual appointment timeline, and there is options as well for if reappointments are necessary outside of that timeline. And then it provides an administrative checklist that ensures things like signing a no conflict of interest document, ensuring that each each committee appointment receives training and information. So from that standpoint, the bones of this document tackle some of the key things that you have as a body have been struggling with this lately. So we feel that the bones give you the structure you need, we would hope, to move forward. Now, what we're proposing with this is that this policy and procedures be accepted and put into practice. And then as we observe areas where there's conflict or it's not working, that the committee itself can make adjustments and recommendations on changes for coming back to city council. And so that's the approach that we've proposed. It isn't an absolute. You don't have to accept that approach. But our primary goal as staff was to give you a tool that could help you to move forward from the point you're at right now. And so we believe it does that in many of these key ways. And are there areas where, some adjustments are likely to be needed? Yes, but we would like to have something to at least start from. So
A working document to go forward.
thank you for the time. I appreciate that.
Anything else to add, Justin? Oh, I guess he's coming.
I can help answer questions if there are any regarding the appointment authorities. Those all came from state statute or our ordinance. I think
Just what
Wendy
I
or
was-
George mentioned there were a couple that were, one where actually some of the authority from the mayor got shared, and then one where the manager is actually city council. But the rest of these are all correct.
You have that, just do it very quick. We've been very open. Everyone has come to council before, whether it had one authority or another. Don't you have?
And
that
if
list in
it's
front
a
of you?
mayoral appointment with a council confirmation or approval, they still have to come
Right.
to council.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
process is not proposed to
Absolutely.
change.
There's no change.
Well,
in, the
because
confirmation.
essentially it's the mayor nominates. I mean, the mayor appoints, but they appoint through nomination and then it's approved or not approved at council.
That's not the plain language of the act, though. So the zoning enabling act says that they appoint.
Okay, so what it says is the mayor appoints, it's either subject to, and that's what it is. But what I'm saying is the practical, so there's two parts. What does it say? What is the practical result is that the mayor recommends who they want to appoint. And then council either agrees or doesn't agree. Council is not a rubber stamp.
Right, good.
Yeah, so that's why I said,
Absolutely.
I sort of, from an effective, practical standpoint, it is a nomination for appointment. It's correct.
So the
It's-
wording is where we're getting stuck.
I'm not stuck with anything. I don't agree. It can't change, but the mayor actually operated outside of current practice. So the fact that that is an authority, once everybody agrees on a document, it doesn't mean that the mayor can go off and say, I'm going to just make a recommendation without going through the board and committee selection process and then come to us with one. It's still, everything goes through there. And even with those narrow few that are a mayoral appointment only, both Brian and all mayors before, which is say HDC appointment for a full term, they still came to council, you
Right,
know,
but everyone
and so
on
it was just
We're not
very
changing
respectful,
anything, are we?
the way Brian did it.
Yep.
So it's just the way it is. I mean, there's only a few of those, but even those have come through here because it's just a way of being open, transparent,
That is correct.
and all
Just to
that.
clarify, we haven't violated that.
No, we have not.
That everything has to come to council.
Well, that's because of what I did.
By
Nate.
law.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
do we want to, because
That sounds-
there, we reached agreement. And I don't know, there's more than one place that needs to be changed for what we might want to do with. Then I have the other authorities under here.
Do we just want to go section by section and have a conversation on any edits?
Section by section doesn't work because what happens, and I had mentioned this with George, it's a Gordian knot that you can't just get out your knot and your knife and just cut it, is that there's redundancies and repetitions across sections. So the reason I dealt with it topically is because it doesn't always land in one place. And in fact, when you go to the first item that I have in terms of what I characterize as significant new authorities for board and commission selection committee, it is the poster child, because what it is that basically the selection committee has the option to deliberate in other than an open meeting. But if you read one section, you wouldn't think that's true. So go to, it's on page 3 of that document. That's why I put highlights on it. See the yellow highlights? So it begins, so it's on page 3. It's the second bold. Oh no, it's the first one. Yeah, that's the top one. So the top one is that it shall be conducted in an open meeting. But then if you go, there's two, so it says shall generally be conducted in an open session. But if you go to 2 other places, and I think one of them is within this same section and the other is, which is section 15, and the other's under section 5, it says Board and Commission Selection Committee shall conduct its meeting in a manner consistent with the Michigan Open Meetings Act. And then section 15 says the same thing. But in section 15, right below saying it was being conducted in the Open Meetings Act, it says, and I quote, interviews and committee deliberations shall be generally conducted in an open session. So you can't have it both ways.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that?
Well, no, you just let it up, but it's, look at 15, it's a redundancy. It already says on 15 that they must be conducted in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. You just strike out the whole sentence because you don't need it twice.
What that?
Right, I mean, that's pretty substantive. That's not a minor thing, guys.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Tony, on board BCSC, the language for open meetings is you need to be consistent, but not pursuant. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So because it's a wholly advisory board, it doesn't meet the
There's
definition
no decisions made.
of a public body under the Open Meetings Act, but nevertheless, we noted that they should try to conduct their meetings in a manner consistent with the Open Meetings Act so that it would still be transparent despite the fact that it isn't legally obligated under the Open Meetings Act.
So it's actually what would be offered is more than what's required in
Yes.
terms of visibility.
Yeah, and
One last thing, the language isn't saying that will happen 100% of the time. It'll generally be done that way. Is that what the intent of that statement is?
Yes,
But-
the referenced language in section 15 is interviews and committee deliberation shall generally be conducted in open session.
But it's not mandated or pursuant to OMA because it doesn't comply to a BCSC meeting because it's an advisory group.
well,
That's correct. And I think that reference is the idea that it could be in a closed session as opposed to an open session rather than by being inconsistent with the first sentence of paragraph
Yeah,
15.
I'm advocating for more open, but I mean, I think we just need to be a little tight
Well,
on that language,
right, and
but we're not
because,
pursuant to it.
yeah, now I'm surprised to hear Tony say that because if, Tony, you had sent me an email in June that indicated that while this is an advisory body, you know, because they're in each case making a recommendation, right, to council, that because they're winnowing I think that was the term that was used. I had to pull up. The email was from in June, later in June. Because there's winnowing involved, meaning they're interviewing 5 applicants, they can only forward 2 forward, or whatever that number is. They're winnowing, and so that is generally when the idea of the open meeting comes into play. That is, I thought you said required, that was many, it was, 5 weeks, 7 weeks now. So I'd have to look it up. But so I think there's 2 things. One is when there's winnowing, I think there is some winnowing, meaning you're going from many to a lesser recommendation and then only moving forward with the lesser, with the lower number of people. That's the first thing. But the second is this committee has always conducted itself in an open meeting. Well, at least we know for at least 20 some years. So
That's
let's,
not a true statement.
well, okay, we're getting past the reappointment.
Okay.
Okay, that's a topic for a different discussion. But I'm talking about when they're interviewing applicants, so new applicants. But just to point of clarification, and I put it in here, since December 2021, anyone applying for reappointment was interviewed. And that was a new policy.
I would agree since December 2020.
Yes. Oh,
Before that, we
exactly.
definitely had appointments.
But that's
with no
almost
interviews.
5 years ago. So
Opportunity for.
in fact, there were 2 things that Brian and I,
Policy.
there was 2 things that Brian and I did in December 2021. And Diane Massa was a big help with the second. One is everyone should be interviewed, right? I mean, nobody can be forced to interview, but to be for
Given the
consideration, right? That was the first. And the second was the letters that were written were like a couple sentences. It didn't really lay out, what is the authority for this appointment? It didn't lay out the background for the whatever board or commission it was. It didn't lay out that it was publicly advertised. It didn't lay out how many applications qualified
Diane
It's only
laid it all
qualified.
out.
And so what Diane and I did, and we launched it in January of 22. Yeah, that's right, January, is every board and commission had their own template. You know what I mean? So you filled it in and you accept, I mean, obviously the date changed, the expiration term changed, whatever it was, but that was the template. Now the template is still there, but because it hasn't been maintained as a template. So any goofs that are made. So one of the things that, and I'm still willing to do this with the clerk, is we were going to go back and get every one of those templates cleaned up. So they weren't it wasn't a template anymore. So they were getting messed up. But anyway, so those are the 2, just to clarify. So and both of those I think were important improvements. It made it clearer and better communication to council. And the other really important thing, and it was never done, is I incorporated that for every board and commission, we specifically say what the appointment authority is.
Yes.
So it's a city council appointment. It's mayoral appointment with consent of council. That is right in there. And even the recommended motion to council is recognizing that. And I, sitting there, if it was a mayoral appointment, subject council approval, all I would say is whether I concurred or didn't concur with who he was nominating, because it was his choice. Does that make sense?
Yep, and we went through the whole.
Yeah, and we did, that was acknowledged every time. So there were improvements to the process. I would say anyway, so.
Can I just clarifying question on the document you provided? Are the boxes and the highlights, are those the recommended changes?
Those are my areas of concern.
Okay.
So if it's in that, like say I boxed it, right? So I'm boxing because I was trying to keep this short, but still provide a basis for where I was focusing on. So it's section 15. The title of section 15 is meetings open to the public. And then that's the excerpt that I have concern with. Is that making sense structurally? I tried to keep that structure throughout. So
So the first one would be section 15, meetings open to the public, interviews and committee deliberations shall generally be conducted in open session. Recommendation is to strike that.
just striking the whole sentence, right above that same section, you already have that about in compliance with the Open Meeting Act. So I
I don't
don't,
want to speak for everyone, but I'd be fully supportive of
That's
that.
fine.
I'm open.
All right, that's fine.
Strike the box area.
So this is another new one, is that now the Board and Commission Selection Committee can unilaterally prohibit an incumbent board or commission member from formally seeking appointment. Now, one other, well, it was a subtle change, but it was related to reappointments that changed in December 2020. There's no automatic reappointments, period.
It's not.
So what Andrew experienced, and I did talk very early to the city manager at that time, like, how's that working for you? It just wasn't. So, but I think so there is no automatic reappointment. However, I think I just am extremely uncomfortable telling somebody, we have decided that you can't interview for reappointment.
Just to clarify on your statement at the bottom of the page, I was not uninformed. I was saying that that process didn't exist or wasn't defined.
You were contacted.
Yep.
Well, I think they weren't
You're
interviewing
mischaracterizing.
for reappointments. I think they just
I'm
were.
saying there was no documented process at the time of my appointment from Pat Sullivan. So that was the, that was
I
the
have
position of that
not
statement.
disagreed with
Okay,
that
but what
statement.
you put there is not clear, is not representing my statement or my concern. Just, we can move on.
We can go over the,
That's
we
not
can
it.
sit and watch that wonderful video together sometime if you like.
Be glad.
On other input.
So the next thing is that so this is, you can see where there's just this odd language, and I don't know if that was intentional, that you were going to prohibit that you could prohibit an incumbent from, now they have to be qualified. I mean, they have to meet minimum qualifications, but anybody that meets minimum qualifications is able to interview. And I was really uncomfortable that,
The part you're concerned about is it says the incumbent may be interviewed at the discretion of the BCSB.
yeah. Well, it says it's, if you're in section 9, because remember, I see how I have section 9s here and then 12. Again, that it overlaps into 2. It says 9 is reappointment process. Approximately 2 months prior to the expiration of an incumbent's term, the clerk shall. The second bullet is, with support of the appointing authority and chairperson, contact the incumbent regarding their interest in reappointment. So did that mean, and by the way, there's a conflict with someplace else that doesn't make sense. But on this point, it's like, wait, the clerk doesn't contact them unless the appointing authority and the chair think it's a good thing? I mean, it's all, it's just respectful. Nobody that has to seek reappointment, but it's always been that you reach out and say, are you interested? Please let us know either way.
So seems like a reasonable fix would be strike the with support of the appointing authority and chairperson,
So,
and then say the incumbent will be interviewed by the BCSB.
so you might have a situation where someone's attendance is very poor, they're not contributing, they have issues and aren't there, and you're going to say, are you interested in being reappointed? Yes, I am. Come on in and we're going to say no to you. I think that there's an opportunity to have more flexibility for the appointing authority to look at people on a case by case, not bring someone and embarrass them, not drag them in for an interview that they're not going to prevail in if there's a decisions from people that that person is not able to fulfill their duties. So I do think you want the flexibility to do that, and bringing someone in for an interview, I think and making the council members do that, it inconveniences the person, it puts them in an awkward situation, and then they're not selected. So I think it's much more beneficial to the fact that they're a volunteer to just say to them, hey, it didn't work out, your attendance has been very poor, whatever the reason is, and we're not reappointing at this point.
Well, I would say,
To invite the reappointment question and then not reappoint them, to me, skips a step that you don't need to do.
Well-
It's an extra step you don't
well,
need to do.
number one, if somebody is missing, now this would be unexcused absences as there's something weird in the charter about that, but this has to do with unexcused absence. What I'm saying is that they shouldn't be hearing about it the first time is when they're deciding to seek reappointment. As you know, as a manager, that if somebody's having a problem, the chairperson and/or if it needs to be the city, should be working with that person to say, you're missing a lot of meetings. We're not even hearing from you. If they're going to get, if we interview, it's a 15-minute interview, George. If at that interview, and we have had tough love conversations related to absences. So at the interview, if it needs to happen at the interview and that person hasn't opted to self-select, the hope would be, but by that time, the chair or someone else has already talked to that person that their attendance level is a problem. So no, I just don't think we should ever, because it's just, and when there's a more complicating factor to this, is it all, the way it's inferred in here and how you, how the board and commission selection committee would evaluate someone, it doesn't say attendance. So, and other things are more qualitative. And I just think we don't even need to have whoever's sitting on that board and commission member, that they're filtering up here when the filter will be at the interview, and it's not like a laborious process. Usually interviews are 15 minutes, correct, Brian?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Justin, you jumped up there. Is there something?
George
else?
said what I was going to add there. If there's a position that is not being filled appropriately, then that person doesn't need to be invited to be reappointed. If there's a vacancy, they can apply through the vacancy process, but no one is precluded from either applying to be reappointed through a vacancy process or just being contacted.
I would stand by the fact that if you have a volunteer, to bring them in for a new process when you're not going to select them is a little bit of a tough process for somebody. And I think you thank them and you don't include them, you don't invite them back if you don't want them, but it's for council to decide.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't have an issue with allowing someone to make their case. I mean, you could have a scenario where somebody had poor attendance. They had an illness that you weren't aware of, and they came in and they explained that during the selections committee.
Correct.
Said that they're now healthy and it won't be an issue going forward. And after you go through a discussion, you decide they're actually the best person, even though there was an issue previously. So I personally on this, and I'd like to hear from the rest of council, but I would be open to saying, I mean, it does say, ask whether the incumbent wishes to submit an updated application or have their original application remain on file. So they still would have to say they want to opt in. You're not forcing them to interview.
Absolutely.
And then, you know, having that be, if they submit an application, they will be interviewed, seems like a reasonable.
This is not a hill I would die on. So if
No.
that's, if you're strongly on it, let's, I'm in. Cause either way, for me on this one.
I said, and I've lived through tough interviews on this topic. So-
Is there any other major things as you went through that? I mean.
Well, that
I know you
was-
Spent
Well, no, I'm trying to,
$100.
John, I don't spend
These people,
They did.
not you. They've spent. and
well,
that's
they could have
already-
cut their time by about 90% if they just inquired with. So,
Mhm.
evaluation criteria for considering new app. This is a little more complicated, I think. So this is evaluation criteria.
Did you skip over?
Which
You
one?
have a point on 12 interview process.
Oh, it was the same.
Everyone's favorite person.
So it's the same thing. So it's the same. Remember I said you can't look at one because the topic's in more than one place?
Want to make sure we align
Yeah.
on.
This is one again where interviews shall generally be conducted for.
So instead, you just want to be, interviews will be conducted for.
Yes, because, well, it wasn't till, and if you see the way I headed this, I thought because of what was in 9, it was only for reappointments. But then if you go to 12, it actually, I don't even know if it was intentional. It actually would apply to new applicants as well.
So what's the change you're looking to make to this section? That it will say interviews will be conducted for?
Interviews shall be conducted for. It's not generally, right? New appointments and reappointments, but it's not when requested by committee.
You
It's-
collected
Oh,
that for
so the only counter I could see on that is if you have a reappointment who you know is going to, like, you've got somebody who's a really strong candidate, who's been on, who's served for years, and they're going to be selected. You have a chair coming back to be reappointed. Is it fair to other candidates to then bring 10 other or 5 other people in, knowing they're cannon fodder and have no chance of getting appointed? And forcing that process versus just saying, we don't necessarily have to do an interview of someone if they're being reappointed to the role and the committee aligns that there's.
So you could say conceptually, yeah, but if this is about anybody that wants to apply has the opportunity for a 15-minute interview to plead their case, why they're the best candidate for it. I just think, you know what, that's,
I just don't, the only reason I bring it up is, is it gonna rub people the wrong way if we bring them through the interview process and they say that's a faux process? The former chair was gonna get it every time. So.
well, but I've actually had people call and say, do you know who's applying for reappointment? Or who's applying for appointment? Because I'm considering I might want to apply, but if this person whose term is expiring is applying, I'm not going to apply because one, they'd get it, and two, I don't want them to not get it. And I'm like, I don't know who's applying yet. This was quite a while ago.
I do feel pretty strongly that if you creating a perception that there's an open position and then 99.9% of the time the incumbent is reappointed, you're giving people an assumption that there's a real process here. Everyone knows in industry, you wouldn't apply for a job if someone says, there's a person who's a shoo-in, they're 99.9, they're getting the job. You would say, I'm not applying to that. I'm not going to go work for that. I mean, it feels like a process that isn't really a genuine process. And if it's an open and competitive process and it's an open spot, sure, throw everyone in if 10 people want to compete for it, because there's a
I'm
spot
just
that's
done.
being picked. But when there's an incumbent, and our history is the incumbents have been selected generally every single time, then the people who aren't selected, a volunteer is not being selected. And I think it's not an easy process. They got
That's
to
what
come.
they're changing.
I just.
So there's two parts to this, is that when you look at it, there have not been many reappointments that were not considered and accepted. However, because of what I talked to you about mentioned just prior, George, is feedback is given prior to their decision for reappointment. What it's not showing is those that have chosen not to request reappointment. To see because they get good feedback. So, and I'm not saying it's for me, they're not getting the feedback from me, they're getting it in a timely manner from their chair or someone else. So
So I know you jumped up.
Part of our thought process with reappointment versus appointment is that if an individual is wanting to be reappointed and the selection committee supports that reappointment, then no open position is created. That person then is reappointed. And so you wouldn't go to the process of opening the.
how is that different from Andrew's experience from long ago that is automatic reappointment? If they want, which is what.
Told you, right? In the previous life.
Just be, just.
This is pretty common throughout city government that if someone is not working out as a volunteer, you have a conversation, you don't reappoint them. But the problem is if you do an open and competitive process and it really isn't an open and competitive process, it could cause frustration for the people who are applying. They're going to think, I've tried this twice, I haven't gotten on, I'm not doing this again. Or the incumbent was picked, there wasn't even really a process here. To me, that just seems like a somewhat challenging outcome for a volunteer. And if it's an open and competitive process, there is no incumbent, let everyone who wants a shot at it go for it. There's an open spot. But we know our history is when an incumbent asks for reappointment, generally they always get selected. Generally.
You're right. And
So it's not really a process.
right. You can set up your process whatever way you want. My experience is that when there's an incumbent who is interested in continuing to serve and the selection committee or whoever's responsible for appointing them would like that person to continue to serve, then they're reappointed. You don't open up the process for everybody else. Now, again, that's my experience and I've served with elected and appointed boards and commissions,
I know.
but it's really up to you.
We reached out to others, Mason. There's very few of these. It's very unusual. I guess at the 40,000 foot level, is this robust enough? I know you guys work for 100 hours. I know your dream team, as you call it. We try to capture everything that was done now and previous, whether it's Diane and other people that were here. We tried in the worst way to find anything that was written. It wasn't. I think tonight, is this the first process that we can go forward with a written document and then keep honing it? As you said, this is a work in progress. You came here tonight asking for us to vote on this, and then not saying this is the catch-all. Is that correct, is what I heard you say? So we're getting pretty detailed
Well,
on the catch.
this is
I do
fundamental stuff. This
I
is,
do think that like I said, we're operating here. We know that there's a process that has changed over 35 years. We even acknowledge that in 21, the process changed completely when Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem took over back then.
wasn't completely. no.
Well, there was no selection, there was
Believe
incumbents.
that there's no documented.
There is no
Right, but
document.
We are trying to document the process.
Just trying to.
There was not in
generation.
a single place, that's correct.
I think it's going to be much easier for staff not to have missed shots, not to have any drop balls. If
Yep.
we have a detailed process.
All
of
the filters getting
responsibility.
before it gets to us.
This helps us run a better process. And I think it's much more difficult to do that without a written process. So I think it's very helpful to start it.
Yes.
And as council and as the committee works, you see tweaks and you say, we got to tweak this. Write it
And even
down.
some of these tweaks we hear
Bring it
today.
back in 4 months and we tweak it if it needs to be tweaked. If it's working fine, we leave it.
And I don't think across the board, all the boards and commissions are gonna have the same experience, like, I mean, don't wanna hurt anyone's feelings, but there are a few that, are not planning. And they're not HDC, they're the ones I'm. So I'd say, like, there are gonna be some differences.
And I get
You know?
where I would go with that, Laura, because I agree with you. That's kind of that's also part of my question on this proposed edit is if I've got a role for beautification.
Correct.
And there's 3 people who are on it today. We put out a notice of it. 3 people say they want to maintain their role on beautification. No one else says they're interested. Are we going to interview those 3 people? Or are we going to say, these are 3 people who've been doing a good job, just to
I know.
move them forward?
Well-
So that's where I was
Well-
challenging. Do we always need to do an interview?
Well, the one thing that I will say as a benefit is that of the interview, and they're not long, right? Is that it is we lay out, here's the criteria we're looking, which is pretty, are you committed to attending meetings, to be prepared for those meetings, to understand
Be engaged.
the rules and guidelines for the board or committee, all those standards. But the other is it becomes what question, we obviously would ask questions, right? Related to the submission, the document that they fill out the application. But some of the best conversations have been when they're asking us questions or somebody seeking reappointment. We'll ask, okay, you've served for 3 years or 4 years. Do you have any reflections on areas of improvement and so it is actually a point where there is good that comes out of that beyond just the rote interview. And I guess so based on the discussion I'm hearing here on this topic I brought up is that I'm hearing a preference to go back to, now I would say appointing authority or the chair, because the chair is actually usually the one who has the best knowledge of the person's performance on the committee, right? They work with them all the time. They probably had that feedback discussions with them.
Well, I'm not suggesting that.
No. But what I'm saying is, but it sounds like we're moving back to automatic reappointment if the appointing authority and or the chairperson want to reappoint them.
I think
I just-
if all parties wanted to reappoint.
Well, to keep it as and. You want,
And are you still on section 12?
well, I'm on here because this is fundamental. We're actually talking about if somebody's seeking reappointment.
You've moved to another page. I was still on 12 interviews.
No, I'm right here. I'm on these 2 sections. They relate to one another.
Wendy.
I'm gonna try and write us.
They
back
do, they
in.
relate to one another directly.
I want the 40,000 foot level.
Follow the edit.
And we
This is
open
my
up some of
tendency,
these
so I
in the
hope I'm not, stepping too far out of line here. But you have a lot of different boards and commissions. Some are statutory, some are regulatory, some are, volunteer, some plant flowers. So to have a structure
It's important.
that, well,
It's important,
it's
very.
important. To have a structure that covers them all is going to be difficult. And so you want to build enough flexibility into your process to allow you to cover all of those boards and commissions. And that brings me to my point, which is, I don't think you're going to get a process that covers every single scenario, so it works perfect every single time. I'd like to encourage you to look at this and say, is this at a point that's good enough for us to start working at implementing this? George likes to use a phrase, perfect is the what?
Enemy of good.
Yep.
Is the enemy
is?
of,
So,
is
I was
the
getting
the
around-
enemy of progress or something like that. So getting something like this perfect, the first shot,
Getting it going and honing it.
and getting it
Having it
going, those are
started
kind of
getting-
two different things.
Yep.
So.
But are we
um,
saying that there's a fundamental question here? Are we going back to automatic reappointments if the selection committee and the chair agree? That sounds like that's the.
No,
It's not an automatic appointment. It's
absolutely not.
It's saying that there's criteria.
No, I'm just saying if George is saying, well, why would we ask? If there's somebody seeking, I'm just restating what I heard in a summary because it's a fundamental question
But I
that
think-
we tried to get
I
away
think you're
from.
mixing two things, because I think if you're saying that it's required on the selection committee to support, then it is inherently not automatic. Because automatic could be the selection committee doesn't agree, but they're currently on and they're automatically brought forward. This is a question of should we do the interviewing? That's the only question. I separate those.
So if you want to go to section 9 and section 12 to get us back so we can get away from
Yep.
this right here, is that if you want to make it parallel, is that with 9 is with support of the appointing authority and chairperson. 12 would also be reappointments when requested by the committee and chairperson. There's redundancies in here that it's very easy, particularly if more than one person happened to be writing it or just didn't remember it was in the other place. Do you see where that's different?
You see that, Justin, you two can hone through that.
9 and 12.
And you can work through some
And
of these comments we've heard.
Well, I think it's just,
Seven.
part of this is consistency, but it's a fundamental, so it sounds like you all are comfortable with the appointment, as long, appointing authority and chairperson, related to that reappointment process, right? To having that filter?
Yeah.
That's what, right. And agree or not, is that then the last part is the incumbent may be interviewed at the discretion of the beach, but I don't know where that's headed. But then 12, see below it, the 12 is reappointments when requested by the committee. If it's going to be consistent, 9 and 12 should be the same. So it'd be reappointments when requested by, because this again is about the interviews, right? See how this is the topic? And so reappointments when requested, and if it's the same as 9, when requested by, it says I don't even know what appointing authority means. I mean, why did it have appointing authority? Shouldn't it have by the committee and the chairperson? The appointing authority is now coming in? And what do you do when the appointing authority is all of city council?
Are you referring to the document that you said?
Yeah,
With,
under 9, with
with your
support of the
I'm-
appointing authority and
But the ones, they
chairperson.
wrote that, you have like 4 different types of appointments. Is that what we're?
No,
referring to?
no. It's saying that the person, what is section 9 saying? Help me out here, John.
Yeah.
It's for the reappointment process, for that incumbent to move forward to even be allowed to reappoint. It's not simply the selection committee and the chairperson. It is actually the appointing authority and the chairperson. Just think of those logistics.
Yeah,
That doesn't make
actually
any
agree with that
sense.
one. It would make
Yeah.
sense to just say contact the chairperson of the applicable board or commission
Okay.
and
I like
confirm
that,
their
John.
interest. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, but so the appointing authority at this point is not entered into the picture at all. Does that, you see what, yeah, and then in 12, it's just reappointments when requested. It'd be again by the committee and chairperson. Again, it's just keeping it the same as what's
So
above.
add chairperson.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know what the incumbent may be interviewed at the discretion of the board. I don't, that one that's under 9, see the last highlight under item 9?
Maybe interviewed at the.
It didn't even, it just sort of is sitting in there in section 9 and it.
So I think we do need to make those consistent, to either say interviews shall generally be conducted for and maybe, or we say the incumbent will be interviewed and interviews
Yeah.
will be conducted.
Well, and this is part of that where there's a lot of repetition and redundancy. If you're talking about the reappointment process in 9, and then you want to focus on the interview process, it's like the steps are getting all mixed up. So that's how you get these
I think
inconsistencies.
that's just our choice of whether we want to say will be interviewed or shall be generally interviewed. Do we want to give ourselves the flexibility?
Flexible.
Yes.
Yes. What is that?
Mhm.
You're catching all these, right?
Right.
I will do a review with Councilmember Morosky Brown following.
Yeah, and when we get to the next page, which has to do with the evaluation criteria for considering new applicants and applicants seeking reappointment, they differ in a way that is kind of odd and not on things that make sense that they differ on, but, and now there's unknowable conceptual criteria being introduced that is really kind of difficult. So what I did, and by the way, these things fall across section 13 and 16 for new applicants. And if for reappointment, the evaluation criteria is in sections 9, 13, and 16.
All right.
So I think so what I tried to do, I put all of the document like below this, where from each of them, but I tried to put it in a table to see what makes sense.
The ones you've highlighted here, are you suggesting we remove those as criteria?
Yeah, so ability to work, this is for a new appointment. It's ability to work collaboratively. How are you gonna, and then the other part that is for both applicants and for new applicants and those seeking reappointment is the applicant's ability to effectively contribute to the work of the board or commission. I don't know how you judge that. What is elsewhere, which makes sense, is the diversity of the background, experience, and perspective that benefits the board, meaning they're bringing their background, skills, and experience. But I don't know how somebody in a 15-minute interview is going to judge whether that person can contribute to the work of the board. You're looking at their background, skills, and experience fitting in. And that was for both. Then the other that's newly.
You have a note in here that says error to include persons that apply but do not meet minimum qualifications or not.
Oh, yeah. So when if your evaluation criteria is for those that are interviewing, right? You're interviewing them because they're candidates for either a midterm vacancy or an unexpired term. You do not interview people that don't meet minimum qualifications. So let's just say it's required that someone be a member of the electorate. They must be a registered voter. They meet other criteria, but they're not registered to vote. They can't apply, so they're not even a qualified applicant.
But we have a separate section on
But that'll be the application.
criteria, right?
Yep.
So
Right.
Wouldn't that be covered
So,
by?
but- Right, so what I'm saying is it's not an evaluation criteria, that's a filtering criteria
Oh, I
way
see.
at the
So you
beginning by the
don't need-
clerk.
You don't need.
So
it
the
here.
clerk does that. She said, are they a resident? Have they been a resident a couple of years? If not all of them are required, we had, as you know, we did talk to that person. They had lived here for many years, very active in the city, but they were a green card holder. They couldn't.
I would actually like to keep that in, and in part, I just think it's a good question to ask. To say as part of the interview process, do you know of any conflicts of interest? Any requirements that have not been met? I understand that we're gonna do our due diligence, but if they say, actually, I have an investment in a developer that's gonna be coming forward in the next 6
We
months.
focusing on the same thing? I'm in qualification required by ordinance or
Exactly.
law.
I thought you were suggesting that be removed because they already would have been cut.
No, well, so, but we're making a different conclusion from the statement. And actually you brought up a good point. So what I'm talking about is there's a minimum qualification that is defined by either a state law, depending on the board, or an ordinance, city ordinance, or sometimes there's something in the bylaws, you know, and an odd one. So they don't even meet the minimum requirements to even apply or sit on that board.
Oh, so you're just suggesting we add minimum requirements, minimum qualifications to the ordinance or state law?
Well, but you're not interviewing them.
That's already covered under section 7. There's about the eligibility of applicants. So
Yes.
It states in there that applicants determined to be ineligible shall be notified by the clerk that they do not meet the qualifications for appointment and shall not proceed to the interview stage.
Okay.
Right. So this is under, you know, like, we're seeing this under like section 13, which is the evaluation criteria. The evaluation criteria is for qualified candidates and you're evaluating them. So, but
I'm still not understanding what your edit is here. Are you saying we should or should not?
well, I'm going, if you're going, you were at the bottom one where I had the red note,
Yeah.
but I didn't have a yellow. That should not even be in here because it's not part of this stage of the process because the person isn't even an applicant. They submitted an application, but they're not a qualified applicant.
Okay, and that's covered.
And we've had it happen.
It's
Yeah,
covered in there, correct?
yeah.
The screen's coming.
Right. But you brought up a good point, but I think it's covered in the,
I mean, I can tell you, I'm going to be asking that question.
it's covered in the application that the clerk usually goes through, but you know, there's certain things about conflict of interest, but we don't ask a detailed question. We don't give them our financial conflict of interest resolution and say, you know, you got to adapt, fill out one of these, is that okay? But that isn't something that I was even thinking about, but it's not.
And these are all examples that factors may include, additionally may consider. So the selection committee may not want to use any of these.
And in fact, it was suggested, I believe, that maybe it'd be good to have like a question list, you know, like we do if we're interviewing for a city attorney or a city manager. I think that would be a great idea. We had a pretty short list.
We implemented that in the last round.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was very
I
helpful.
mean, ours were standard, but they were like 4 questions.
Yep.
But so the other is, I think, again, it's under reappointment, professional conduct or professionalism. That is just, you know, if there's any unprofessional conduct by a board or commission member, that should be dealt with by the chair and or the city anywhere before you come back here. I don't know how you would ever say, I'm not going to consider, you know.
I don't know why
because-
you wouldn't want to have that as a possible criteria to point to if you're selecting. I mean, this is no different than work rules in the workplace. You have everything in the kitchen sink thrown in there and you can rely on it.
But what
So I
is,
think you
how would you judge somebody as being unprofessional?
Well, if the board chair talks to the mayor and the mayor watches and they watch the interaction and the person is gruff and mean and not collaborative and is rude to people, you might say they're unprofessional. Does that mean you're going to counsel them or coach them if you know their reappointment is coming up? You might just say, we don't want you on your board.
Well, I would just say that if, you know, because that's a very sensitive term because there's got to be a level of qualitative judgment on that. And
I don't think there does. I think it just, you have it there, just like the
so
questions.
what I'm saying is that in one place it says professional conduct and the other place it says professionalism. This is a bit sensitive, so you should use the same term in both places. So.
Okay.
And then what is missing, which was a critical point for applicants, and Brian, we went through this so many times. So you can see appropriately for a reappointment, it's their participation in meetings, their preparation for meetings, their contributions to the work of the board or commission, complete sense. But on the other side, which are questions that we ask, is they haven't been on it. Right. So they don't know, but it is like, we would let them know, here's how often you meet. You know, you're going to have at least, you got 24 scheduled meetings a year or 12, or if it's beautification commissions, are you making a commitment to attend those meetings? And they know right up, it's on this night, it's on this. So you upfront ask them that and also give them an understanding about the board a little bit and that, you know, you're not just showing up at the meeting. There's preparation.
Yep.
And so I think it's taking what the expectation is in terms of the performance of an appointed member that you're talking to. And it's just moving that into a commitment to prepare for and attend meetings. that same language over on the other side. And that is a very common, and I would assume you guys would continue that because Brian and I always ask
Pretty
it.
straightforward, yep.
It's a parallel.
Recommending remove ability to work collaboratively.
Yes, because I don't know how you'd ever judge that for somebody you're just meeting.
I disagree, because if you in behaviorally based hiring, you can say, can you tell me about a time in which you've had to work collaboratively with people to meet an end goal? And the person says, I don't work well collaboratively. I'm a loner and I don't like to work with people. And you say, you know what, you're excluded. And they'll say, what was the basis? Well, ability to work collaboratively. So I don't know why.
Andrew and I can't serve.
Yeah, I know.
You guys have to be
separate you too.
But I don't know why you wouldn't want these as possible
Keep that
things
on
you
there,
consider.
professionalism on the bottom of the
Yeah,
page.
it's just.
I would use
Topics you should
professional
include.
conduct, because that's an exterior term, exterior facing versus professionalism. If we're gonna go to one, it would be conduct.
I
At the bottom page.
agree.
Yep.
Okay, so professional conduct. And then we keep ability to work collaboratively, but we change professionalism to professional.
Correct. Keep it.
Now you're on to.
Now, we have ability to work collaboratively only for new appointments and not for reappointments.
This should have already been evaluated. So at these reappointments, we will have known if they have been able to work collaboratively.
Yeah. Well, then it should be part of what's considered as.
I also think word collaborative is a relative term. If I'm looking at 3, 4, 5 different candidates, I'm gonna be able to tell and rank order them. It's not a binary yes, no.
I would actually-
My entire career of interviewing people, you can figure it out.
We're getting nuanced, but I would support
Yeah.
adding ability to work collaboratively to reappointment. So it's on both.
Mm.
I see your point, Justin, but.
Yeah.
Got you.
And the last is on here because we're sort of bouncing. It is communication skills for the new appointment.
Where are you?
That is one of the communication skills. Well, it's still within that same section, right?
I'd actually be fine removing that. I know in my professional life, we've actually cut that because it gets too nuanced and cause
Mm-hmm.
Which one is that?
other issues.
Other circumstances.
Where it says communication skills under evaluation criteria
Four.
in section 13 on page 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bottom of 4.
And by the way, if you go through this document, there's other inconsistencies, but these were higher level, ones that, are really
Anything on 5 that jumps out?
5. Well, again, when you say 5, I'm crossing. If I go to the next page this crossed 3 sections. The board and commission was given new broad discretion to not follow policies and procedures. So I wanted to walk through the 3 sections that describe that. Do you see where I'm at here? That there's it's on page 5. Section 10 has it, section 17 and section 22.
Mm-hmm.
It is a rare occurrence when you don't have time to at least give some, for example, notification or something like that. We have had recently asserted emergencies that were not accurate, but there's just, whether it's a midterm base, we know when unexpired terms are happening. So that is never no expediting needs to be done on those because we have more than enough advance notice. But when we've had many midterm vacancies for different reasons, and it's, we don't have a mass casualty event where we're losing all of our, God help us, all of our commissioner board members at the same time. So there's really no reason to have an expedited process. I understand that sometimes it's a quirk that we wanted in basically being available to the public so they can apply for 3 weeks, which means it's 2 city news cycles because that plays over. You know what I mean? I understand there's that kind of nuance, but I just don't think it's just very rare that you're going to have something that is an urgent situation that you must make that appointment
Can you speak to that,
immediately.
Justin? What's
So
your-
I mean,
what-
I can use the BZA as an example. Say someone unfortunately passes away on the Board of Zoning Appeals, the state statute. There is some language in particular boards or commissions where you have to fill an appointment within 30 days or X number of days. And so you may not be able to go through this process, hold an interview and get on a council agenda in the amount of time that's needed to fill an appointment.
Well, and I would say that, gotta love you brought up that, because we had problems with BZA. We had two people that applied and mayor didn't want to move them forward, and we were missing our 30 days. And then we missed another one because we have somebody actually saying, I'll do BZA, and then he was put on planning instead. And I was like, the clock's ticking, but most are not like that. Yeah, but I'm just saying that this one, I think if we're going to say could be an expedited we better describe the circumstance, because I now know that emergencies can be just decided that that's an emergency and it's not. So I don't want any other ability to drive a truck through
I
that.
think everyone clearly understands whenever practicable, the application should remain open for approximately 3 weeks. I think everyone gets that unless there's an extenuating circumstance, that's what we're going to do. And it gives you the flexibility. So I think that, I don't think you want to tie with these if then, what are the emergency circumstances? And
I would also add, and this is part of the conversation we had recently, but the check to that is city council can vote it down.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're ultimately the approver. So if people feel like there was an expedited appointment that didn't need to be expedited, then we vote it down and we tell the selections committee, do the right way.
Well, but but becomes difficult is you're putting whoever applied for that, in that expedited moment, who was able to apply, they're coming here. I mean, we could do the Novi method. They're coming here and it could be that we as a council are not at all put off by who's recommended for appointment. We're put off by the fact that there was an unnecessary expedited appointment that narrowed the number of candidates that were applying. You know what I mean? So you end up with a real person potentially caught in the middle of that. And
I mean, personally, I feel like this is pretty infrequent. I would be okay with that, but what's the rest of council's opinion?
I would submit to your point, John, that there's checks everywhere on that.
There's checks and balances through it.
Would,
Yeah.
my first question be, why did you rush this? What material reason is unique to this? And if
The
you didn't have
policy
the
says that
answer,
that has to be documented.
It has to be done.
Right.
I mean.
Okay.
oh, I saw that at
So we're keeping that comment from section 10 within the.
what is a scheduling conflict, by the way? That is a reason to modify procedures. We've had a lot of problems with, I mean, I think if somebody's on the board commission selection committee, they just need to make themselves available within reason. So I don't know who's scheduling.
Well,
I think it also could be council agenda scheduling.
Oh, okay.
I think that was your point.
And under I was jumping down to 22, section 17 appointment process. It says, if required, appointments shall be considered during a regular or special council meeting. I don't know what the if required was. Now, we do, for example, I don't know if you're aware that the Beautification Commission does have a different appointment process that we approved as council last year. Not appointment authority, but how that it can be the chair and the mayor going over those appointments, and then the mayor recommends to council. So it still comes here, but I don't know what it says. If required, they shall be considered during, when would an appointment not be required?
If there's an appointment that's only subject to mayoral appointment.
So we're taking those off? They've never been taken off before, they still come.
Which one would that qualify as? Going back to the first.
Construction Board of Appeals,
Historic.
District Commission, Housing Commission.
And those have always come to council. Even when I look back to the 2005 to 2008 minutes, they're still in there, and the authority was the same back then. And the mayor's done it too.
We have put, since I took over, everyone has come to council. It doesn't matter if it's a mayoral authority.
Well, and even if it's just,
Council votes no, it's inconsistent with state statutes. So
But look at the-
council could not vote no.
but you look at the way and how, and if there's even how that motion is constructed in the template. So.
It's giving an opportunity for council to take an action that it legally cannot take.
Do you recall how those were?
Clause violation where we would create something that is outside of state law, Justin?
I would defer to the attorney on that.
Tony?
Yeah, Tony, I would rather not be in a position where we don't take action that violates the law.
Tony was at a yes. That was
So that subsection does reference the circumstances where the mayor has the sole authority.
Yeah.
There's no reason to bring it to council because council
Yeah,
cannot.
let's not do that.
Yep.
It's a preemption.
But those
clause.
interviews and everything still should be in a open meeting.
All the interviews would still go through the process.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yep.
And I would say as a matter of
Applications, the interviews, that would go. through.
Following the process for everyone.
thing that I would say, hold on, I'm just pulling. One thing that would be helpful is it's even if, because if it's a mayoral appointment, it's a mayoral appointment, right? But one thing I would emphasize, it's still good to, even if it's a notice to council that's in the consent agenda, because then, oh, we've got a new person on HDC or wherever, whatever the thing is.
Yeah, maybe as practice, well, yeah, it's.
I think
with
noticing
no-
it is perfectly fine, so everyone's
Right.
aware.
A notice that's included with no action required.
Yeah, and
Noting
that it's very limited that are mayoral appointment only, so. Oh,
I'm just making, so notice included within council.
yeah, and that's just
No,
an
I-
F what, it's just good to have,
That's a
yeah.
good, I think that's a good compromise too. We're not putting ourselves in a position to make a decision we shouldn't be making. While at the same time, we're making sure everyone's aware of the
Yeah.
decisions that are.
Because if they're
Cannot read
a council appointment, or if they're a mayoral appointment, subject to council approval or consent of council or advice and consent of council, whichever language they use, it has to come.
Yes.
So.
You're on 7 now, Dave.
Well, I'm just, in terms of, this is gonna be a little sensitive for Justin, and it's, I adore so much that you've done in our city. But there is, what I got into on page 5 is it does elevate Justin's ability to, he's not deliberating, but he's providing information for deliberation. And not that that's a bad thing, but what is omitted from here, which has been very valuable over the years, and I can even see more so from, even prior to when Brian and I came on, is the committee chairperson is invaluable to getting feedback on, and they're basically an afterthought. Remember where way back when we talked about for reappointment, it has to be with that and the chairperson? That's the only place they're mentioned in here. So under roles and responsibilities, I think I don't think it's inappropriate that the staff liaison, has that level of involvement. But what's lost here is really the critical, valuable input that's really, frankly,
And chair, you can just.
just the chairperson. Well, I think that the role of the chairperson, and if that, we've never invited a chairperson to our interview
Are
process.
you still on page 5 or have you wrote that?
I'm on page 5.
Okay.
So background, so I first gave that, we don't need to go into that, but that it was the valuable input of the chairperson and how that has played in, to the experiences I've had, and I think it would be consistent with what Brian would say in terms of this. And then, that I think that there is a section in here under, so this is a
So
top.
section 9, are you proposing adding chairperson?
Well, if you think of, there's two, there's parts, so if you go to the next page, how is the,
Can we pause for a second? Did we make a decision on the recommendation you would put for section 22, or did we skip over that?
I don't know if we had any, I didn't understand what scheduling conflicts
Are
were.
you fine keeping that?
Like if someone goes away for the whole winter and they can say that in the interview, like I won't be here.
Somebody we're interviewing.
Scheduling.
Oh, no, I was talking, but no, so this is the board and commission, this is section 22 exceptions. The board and commission selection committee may modify procedures established by this policy when necessary due to, and it's got this laundry list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, right? I did really appreciate that any deviation is documented by the clerk, which isn't that, but I just looked at those and it is so rare to have a quote unquote emergency vacancy. A lack of the statutory deadlines, we've only had what, right?
Well, in
So-
theory, we shouldn't be modifying the procedure unless it's rare. They should only be items that are rare.
Well, it just was surprising to me how long the list was that you could drive a truck through it. And we know that it just, we should really,
Do you have ones you want to remove? I'm fine editing. I just want to make sure.
well, I think I don't think there's really, I think it's almost an oxymoron to say there's an emergency vacancy.
And if somebody dies,
That's not an emergency. We just had that happen. It is a midterm vacancy that occurred because the person died, which is very tragic.
Okay.
So, but if they can't get their, transact their business, if there's something else wrong.
Well, it could be, they could be sick. Oh, I had surgery and I'm not going to be able to attend for 3 months, so I'm just going to resign. We've had resignations.
Yeah.
We just had a resignation in December.
So why wouldn't you want to trust your committee to be able to make those determinations and move it forward?
How is it an emergency? That's a midterm vacancy, which is dealt with in
Instead
here.
of someone died, that's not, I mean, it could be an urgent situation.
I'm not diminishing that somebody died, but if somebody dies or there's some other, what you're talking about is an unexpected resignation,
Yeah.
or they're not they actually can't serve anymore because they're deceased.
We have
That is an
resignations.
Yeah,
At
we just
one
had
point, we had
one.
four, when we had two people.
Well, let's keep it.
resolved.
Okay.
Is it, Barb, is it important enough to take out?
I just say, I hope that I'm really uncomfortable being allowed to driving a Mack truck through it, but
Let me offer up one thing here. We've had issues where we could barely get to the 4 people required, even with 2 alternates and myself as a liaison who gets called 15 minutes before the meeting to fill the dais for BCA, which is a legal body. In order for that applicant to get their vote approved, they have to have all 4 votes. If we get down below 4, that group no longer functions, which means we would need to work urgently to find somebody who might be a qualified BCA alum to participate so that board could keep going legally and provide the service to the community. Now, that's an extraordinary case. So what you would do here, so we don't drive the truck through it, is it would automatically not be on consent agenda. It would be on the primary agenda and we would discuss it, and the BCSC would have to explain the rationale for that. And then the implications if we don't.
that's fair.
So I would say it's got to be incumbent on them and it can't be on consent by definition. That's what I would do, but I wouldn't take
I'm
this off.
comfortable with that compromise. That
Okay,
makes
then we're
sense.
good. Let's move
Now,
on.
I just do want to point out though, because BZA is the poster child, but know that painful period, Andrew, when you had to serve,
6 straight months.
we had 2 very well qualified applicants.
I just lost my family over it.
We had 2 very well qualified individuals that wanted to serve,
I understand. That's.
and the mayor didn't want to consider them.
I understand
So,
that.
you can call it about something self-created,
The
but
resident
the
does-
BCA is a tough one, but that was a unique,
Yeah, I agree, understand, but the resident doesn't care. They would not have a functioning board.
Right.
So we'd have to do something.
but it was.
That's justified.
So just to clarify, we are keeping that section at.
I would say yes.
Keep it in.
Moving to page 6.
Okay. I just don't know what this policy's, are we on?
Sorry,
I'm looking at page 6, section 6.
Oh, you're talking about that. This goes under more of the qualification. You're talking about down here, right above? Oh, okay. I don't know.
Focusing on.
This just didn't, so staff liaison this is what the desired, so this is again analogous to, we should be elevating the commission or board chair. Because in terms of qualifications and other matters relevant to appointment, the chairperson is the best person to give input to the board and commission selection committee about the makeup of the board, desired qualifications, given the makeup of the current board. So I'm not saying that Justin it shouldn't be asked, but to omit the chair.
Yeah.
And so I think under.
So staff liaison and chairperson.
Well, the roles and responsibilities, you could probably write them parallel, but everybody else has their own. So I think a roles and responsibility, elevating and having the chairperson, or if the chairs, it would be chair or their designee, because it could be the chairperson cannot be interviewed because that person's applying, right? So you'd have to go with the vice chair, but everyone has a vice chair, every
So
board.
you're saying the staff role shouldn't be this, or you're saying in addition to this, you want the board's role? But staff are available during the day because they work here at City Hall, so they can come and sit in interviews if need be. Staff generally have much more experience than chairs in the actual subject matter in terms of their expertise because this is their career and their vocation. So I don't know if there's any reason that you would,
I wouldn't
decrease the
remove
role of
staff.
staff.
No,
Yeah, I
I'm
would
not.
remove-
So what I was saying is that, and if you see in there, is that the role of the staff liaison has been elevated.
It is, I mean, it's a very important role.
Let me finish.
Oh, I
At
thought-
the same time that the important role of the commission or board chair is omitted. So I'm not suggesting we get rid of the staff liaison's input. And in fact, understanding that particular committee, I don't know that that's necessarily Justin's the one with the best judgment, but the chair is. So I'm not saying choose one or the other. What I'm saying is this document chooses one. And it has been long-standing that the chairpersons play important roles.
Both of them.
Yeah, and by the way, we don't deal now, but one thing to alleviate burden is like the Beautification Commission, there were more done that were simply purely advisory committees and commissions that were, again, with the appointing authority and the chairperson made recommendations, they didn't even make them go through the other, like we're doing now with beautification. So does that answer your question, George? I'm not saying take
Fine.
Justin out of it. I'm saying
And
really elevate the chairperson in here.
I'm not trying to insert myself into it. This is just offer if the committee requested it.
Okay.
So the
It's
committee
already
could
in
not
there. Okay.
request it.
You can't get yourself out of it.
I don't need, I've just been
Yeah.
asked recently to sit in on some interviews. And so whether it's myself or staff serving on another committee, if the selection committee wants to ask the staff, that's just what this says.
Right.
Your input is appreciated.
Yeah.
it is.
So does everybody get what I'm saying? Is like,
we do.
let's
Yep.
not forget about the chair and that she's forgotten in this document, or it's he or she.
Yep.
Okay, new appointment authority statement introduces a vague
So
uncertainty.
what change was that? Did we have a change?
Just adding,
And
keep D and then we'll add a section
Chair.
that says chairperson at the request of
Chair.
committee members. The chairperson may provide factual
Well, I
information
think
regarding.
roles and responsibilities, I think the committee chairperson should be elevated in that section somehow.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
section 6.
And I did have something above there about the valuable input that chairs have provided in the past. I mean, sometimes they're only pleading every year is we need people. Right, to do work and stuff, but others, it's, they have more pressing challenges. Okay, so new appointment policy, I just, it's vague and its intent is clear and I don't even know what it means. Do you see where
Definition.
section 17,
Otherwise specified by appointing authorities action.
Action.
I think that's, what is your definition on that?
we'll read the
So-
sentence.
So if the planning, if you guys took action at a meeting on June 2nd, but the appointment doesn't start until July 1st, sometimes when you make an appointment, it's not effective that day or the next day. It's effective whenever the next term or that term has expired. So that was the point there that.
What was it? Help me out again. Okay, so it says, let's set appointment process. The appointing authority retains sole authority to appoint members to city boards and appointments shall become effective upon appointing authority approval unless specified by appointing
So
authority.
typically the motions that come in your council communications, I believe, say for a term beginning or ending on these dates.
Yeah, it has to,
And
yeah.
so that's just what the saying. So if you're taking making a motion on June 17th for an appointment that doesn't become effective until July 1st, we're just going to specify in your motions. That's what this is saying.
Well, we always do. I mean, it says what their term,
That was the point of this. That
Okay.
you could take action at a date prior to whenever the appointment.
And the
would
date is
become
less effective later. So all it does is say that that can happen. So it's good guidance to have,
Yep.
useful
it
guidance.
just, it was,
My law degree expires at 10:35 PM.
Keep going.
You're
And
up
they-
there, Tony.
If Tony's comfortable with the,
Two more red marks on this.
and the others we don't need to go over. I still believe
oh, wait.
it's a problem, but they're not related to specific section. It was
Are
what,
you sure? None of those?
No, yeah.
well,
Don't look
And I
at me
would
sarcasm.
offer, I did not get out my green visor, and because there are plenty of places where there's what I would call less substantive inconsistencies and
And we will-
typos and script.
right.
Well, and I say not a wrong spelled word, but you know what I mean, where a word is missing. I was not at that point to put
This
that
is
layer
all
of
on tape
looking.
tonight too. I know, John, you're writing like crazy, but everything that's said is on tape and we'll incorporate that. So. Yep. Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, so just to clarify, I think I've captured everything we've discussed here. I am confident in that.
Okay.
We do have the tape, so we can go back and
Yeah.
challenge.
You'll-
As long as.
Well, not challenge, but figure it
Well, I mean,
out.
if I made a mistake, yeah, it's not challenge, but
But
you.
make sure the words are right.
But I will take the procedure submitted on July 22nd. I'll redline a version that incorporates these edits. That'll be the as amended version. And then now I'll make a motion to
Okay.
approve the policies as amended today.
Okay.
May I ask a question? Will the board and commission selection committee invite updates for fine tuning to this? I'm not talking about wholesale changes.
Yeah.
And also, I really would like to work with the clerk on those templates because I have all the base templates. And then you can have those templates and then amend them as you see fit, but at least you've got a standard set. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
so we worked in 22.
I would just
23 on that
provide them,
template.
I would just provide them to the city manager's
Yeah.
office and give us to us if we want it, and then provide it to the committee as a resource. They can have the.
Well, yeah, but so the clerk has them. So it's the clerk and I that have these.
You said work
The
with
premise
the
of your-
clerk. I thought,
But I think.
you said work with the clerk, and I just said, oh, do you have a document to provide us? We can just provide.
Well, no, what I'm saying is it's the clerk and I like say, okay, because the templates all lived in the clerk's office.
They do.
But then over time,
Diana.
well,
And Matt.
Diane always,
Yeah,
you always went back to the template.
she did.
But, and if she made an edit to the template, that became her new template. So she always went back to that. But over another clerk, another deputy clerk, and now a clerk, those have become, because they're not grabbing the template, right? So
We'll make sure we catch them.
And as to templates, I mean, there is not one right way to put this on an agenda. I just think we have to acknowledge
no.
that.
No.
There's an infinite number of ways that this can be recommended, from a name with an application behind it. And that can be the template. So I just think that
okay, it was a very simple letter, George, that was well received
We'll try to find a letter
for
for
each one.
each of the 27 boards.
we're working.
Yeah.
I think I would recommend going through George and
Yeah.
that in line with ordinance section 254.
Correct.
Okay, the clerk has these original templates. So,
Provide them all to.
You can provide them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, but I won't know if it's an original template unless, so, I mean,
I just want to work within,
this is normally, I mean, I've worked with clerks for years. It's
I
like,
just want to make sure we're above board here. So in section 254, it says, except for the purpose of inquiry, the council and its members shall deal with the administrative service solely through the city manager, and neither the council nor any members thereof shall give orders or any subordinates of the city manager, either publicly or privately.
okay, George, what conversation we had that this was, and now
I just want to make sure we're above board.
that's how I have operated all the time. I don't know that that's true of everybody that sits on council. In this situation, as George acknowledged, I did not abuse it with any clerk. Only for this particular thing that related to, it was the drafting of a letter, that once a decision was made or anything like that, that it was just the clerk drafted it and sent it to me to review because Brian didn't want to review them because there were typos. That is not going against charter or interfering.
The one thing I'm saying is, if there's a delegation from this group and saying that the templates are going to be a part of this process and it will be worked out later, where one council member will work with one staff member, that adds, we don't know what product we're getting. What are we getting? So that means that you're going to say whatever the template is, that's a part of the process, or is it?
No, I would put them together and then they can make decision if those are the templates they want, but at least they've got something to work with. I'm not saying you use that template. It's just a resource that they can choose to use or not.
Great.
That's it.
Yep.
I'm not saying they have to use it at all.
Well, along those lines, to answer your question, yes, if you identify any edits or if any member of council looks at this, identifies edits, we approve tonight. If in a month or 2 months, we have a realization that we need to add a clarification, we can add an amendment, come back to this body and
Absolutely.
approve that amendment as a group. And then, yeah, any support, feel free to share. We can make sure we're incorporating. We want to make sure we're as structured as we can be there.
And this is not going to be fun to redline this.
No, it's not.
And but you can see why going section by section wasn't good because it was hopped all around in terms of topic. So when we so we see your red line, and if we see something like, oops, you missed it. I don't mean you purposely missed it because it's just kind of, they're all over.
Yeah, shoot.
What is the process?
Okay.
We come to you, John, or?
I'm gonna put them all in. Frankly, I'm gonna send it to Barbara first.
Please do.
I'll just be transparent now. That's gonna work out. We'll incorporate that and then we'll send it out to the.
I've gone through
body.
5 council people.
It's only
on this.
because it's
Barbara
just, there's
is
just
the
this
best.
stuff all over.
No, fully, I wasn't saying that as a negative. I was saying it as a positive to make sure I'm capturing.
Yep. You have
all
been
the
the
sentiment
best
within.
over the last 7 years.
So I think we'll get a draft out to the group. And I think we can use that
Absolutely.
to move forward. And then if anybody sees
Okay.
anything that Barbara and I missed,
Yep.
let us know and we can make sure we get it fine tuned to capture everybody's thought.
Otherwise,
All right, so with that, I move to approve the Board and Commission Selection Committee Policies and Procedures dated July 22nd, 2026 as amended.
do I have support for that motion?
I will support that motion.
Great. Any other discussion on that motion? Great. Let's do a roll call vote on that motion. Oh,
Ouch.
do we, anybody in the public would like to talk about that? Okay, come right up. And be online too, if there's any.
It's Curious 661 West Main. So what problem were you trying to solve? I think it was a good start, and I think that there's just a lot in this policy. I love a good policy. I love a good process. But there were a couple of things that stood out when this all came about. One, I think was covered very well, is that no relative of a city member can be on a commission. You know, it probably should go for city department heads as well.
Absolutely.
I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, a real good process to ensure that all applications were received and that the applicants were notified. Because there was a break there. Somebody said, I applied, I got a letter back, but we didn't know about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The last thing is on ethics, and that is around collaboration. I hope collaboration is not a code word for groupthink, because the best decisions come when there are opposing ideas brought to the table and flushed out. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Good.
Nancy.
We'll handle that on the internet, Justin, and we can put that, make sure everything is processed. Yep, we handled that. That was an opportunity, and we did find that as an error in the system. Good. Okay, you did it.
Motion on the table? I think I have a
And we did. Any other comments here? Anybody online? No. Okay, they're sleeping. Okay, any other discussion on this? Roll call vote, let it rip.
Carter,
Yes.
Turnbull,
Yes.
Janetti,
Yes.
Morosky Brown,
Yes.
Krenz.
Yes.
Good. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That is the last piece of business. We have just a couple things. Again, we're on the last section. Yes, I won't forget you.
Forget me, it's 11 o'clock.
I saw a lot of you. The art fair was great. Weather was great. All but 20 minutes, it was sunny out there. A lot of people in downtown Northville. The vendors said, some of them had their best days, most were as good as expected. Thanks for being there. Again, thanks. I see some of the people out there on boards and commissions for all the work you do each and every day for the benefit of Northville. Yes, all those commission appointments will be done by our next council meeting, I believe. So that'll be there. That's all I have right this second. Anything from your standpoint?
Nope.
Not at 11 o'clock, no.
I'll throw one quick one out, and I know it's late, but we are less than 2 weeks away. The Declan Carter Victory Run will be on August 29th. As many of you know, last year we provided $130,000 towards the Ford Field Playground, as well as sponsorships of the track and field programs at Northville High School and Mercy, and school support at Our Lady of Victory. This year, we are significantly increasing the number of schools that are going to be supported, covering almost every school within the immediate region. In fact, if we're missing a school, please let us know. As well as expanding beyond just supporting running at sports. So expanding our partnership with groups like Northville Rowing. And we've been partnering with the YMCA Girls on the Run program to acquire equipment, running shoes for kids in need. The number of registrations is ahead of last year's pace, so we are feeling confident that this will likely be the largest 5K to ever run through downtown Northville. So hope to see everybody out there for it.
Great, excellent. Barbara, anything else?
No, I guess just let everybody know that we owe a lot of thanks to those, well, at least one of them who thought he had not applied for reappointment for the planning commission and he's still serving. So I want to thank both of the members that continue to serve for their continued service, you know, and sticking with us, and just shows the commitment that our board and commission member, I mean, one of the things in the preamble was we serve those boards and commissions. Our job is to give them a fair, open process so everybody's got a shot, and also to know that they deserve the best qualified peers for them to work with on, you know, for the tough things that they tackle, even if it's pulling weeds.
Thank you.
Right. Absolutely.
You know, so it, you know, there is no, everybody picks their passion on what boards they want to go on. And I am so grateful for all of the work and time we put into it. So you know, they put into that work. The least we can do is get them their people right in a really good way. So.
I won't forget. And last two, before I put you on, I appreciate some of the people in the community were part of the Youth Methodist Home had 24 young men that wanted to come out and fish. They've never fished in their life. We went to Highland Lakes. That's the only lake in all of Wayne County, 80 feet deep. They all caught fish. We caught like 29 fish out there. Thank you. A lot of people volunteered rods and they were there to help them and put the worms on and do everything. It was outstanding. So thank you on that. That was last Thursday night. Then some went to the Dream Cruise right after that. Bill.
I'm good. No report. Thank you.
Good. I can't believe it. Thank you very much. Okay. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Okay. All vote. Okay. We are closed for the night.